Um, every day I wake up, it's a new challenge. Knowing that a part of me I will never talk to, I will never hold, I will never play around with or get mad at, it's not here anymore. Nolan brought a lot of joy to our family. He was the wittiest one out of everyone, the clown. He he loved to put in the work because he wanted to be the best. He wanted to make me and his mother proud, and we were so proud of him just for being the person that he was. He was loving. All his teachers knew him, but loved him. He walks in the room, his aura, you're automatically drawn to it. Never met an enemy, and if they were, they would eventually be friends because they would eventually bond, and it's gonna be hard. Um, it's gonna be hard for our family from here on out. And like I said, every day is a challenge. We're gonna miss our son, and like my wife said, we just want honesty. We want to know what happened to our son because the things that you're telling us, that's not the character of our son. We know our son.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Nolan Xavier Wells. What happened? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Nolan Xavier Wells. What happened? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. I see my peoples had came into the house, and so let me go ahead and give a shout out. Hello, Kelly Davis 3531. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Well, peoples, here I am. Here I am, and I'm back again. But I am back upon a new case that many people have prodded me to go and speak about. And that is a gentleman of the name of Nolan Xavier Wells. Nolan Wells, peoples. And many people already have been talking about this case. Many people have pretty much had made their conclusions. Many people, have already had made their analyzations and things of that nature. And so I thought that I will just go ahead and bring some highlights and things and stuff, keeping an open mind and not really, trying to swing one way or the other, only because all of the facts hasn't came out in the case, peoples. There's many people have been literally heads over heels about, oh yeah, this and that and the other happened to Nolan Wells and things and stuff. But I'm kind of like, well, peoples, let's keep an open mind. If we can, let's keep an open mind, because you already know that there's people out there who's going to be critics. There's people who's going to always have something to say. Everybody has a voice, and everybody has something to say when it comes down to this particular case and things. And I was sitting back, I was watching some videos and things of these people who had spoke up on the Nolan Wells case and all, this officer who pretty much, gave his input and stuff. I was watching the Como, the Como show, and I want to go and give some highlights from that show of what he had did, and so that's what I'm trying to look up now. It's the Como show for Nolan Wells. So if you guys give me a moment, we're gonna get into that. I got to go to YouTube. I can get to YouTube quickly here, and I'm going to look up the Como show because it, it was very interesting for their commentary. Como, I think that's what it's saying. Como should take me there. Think, or can I go back into the history? Let's see. Let's see. Come on. Okay. Let me see if I got a few little things already up here. Let me see if I can go back into my history. And I think, yeah, there it is. And go back into my history. And so we're going to call up the Como show because that's where I saw a little bit of this and listening to what him and the other gentleman has to say. Now you all are welcome to come to the live, and you all are welcome to come and share your thoughts and views. I was going to cover the Tupac case and things, but that's not really my cup of tea. I'm not really into the gang thing and stuff. So I decided that I wasn't going to go ahead and do that. But I wanted to come and just share some things about this particular case here and stuff because, again, like I said, I know everybody have their opinions about it. I was talking to a young lady earlier today and stuff, and she was telling me, well, whatever you say, don't ever say that this wasn't a racist case. And I'm kind of like, why not? I mean, do you really actually think that this was a racist case? Is it all based upon race and things? You have this young black man who's very talented, who's very athletic in things and stuff. He goes to an island, and it's just so happened that when he goes to this island, all of them end up coming back except for him. And why is that? You know? And the question is, did it really happen in Mississippi, or did it happen in Virginia, or did it happen somewhere else? Those are the things that I kind of had questions upon and things and stuff. And so, you know, I'm just scrolling through because I'm here right now, and I got his particular live up and things. And I want to scroll through to the part to where he was talking to this black police officer. And I want you guys to hear what this black police officer had to say and things, because see, this black police officer pretty much said that he has the goods. He has all of the evidence and things, that the people have given him some pictures, some videos, and things of that nature. And I'm kind of like, well, okay, so if that be the case, then why don't you show the public that of what your findings is? And then that way you can be able to shed light upon this particular case. Well, from what I have found out about him, is that the people are calling him all kinds of names and, this and that and the other. and stuff. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, hey, I mean, if that's what they want to say about the man, that's what they want to say about the man. I don't know. I'm still, I'm still, you know, learning about this case and things. But I want to get you guys' opinion. So I'm gonna show a little clip of this and things, and we're going to get into this right here and stuff. People's, I got his thing up. So let's take a look at what was stated. Now, before I go ahead and share that people with you all, I'm going to have to do something here. So give me a moment. I'm just kind of like getting things in order. Um, Let me go ahead and share my disclaimer because, I don't want it said that here I am going and taking other people's content and things to try to make some money and this and that and the other. No, I mean, we are able to take people's clips and things and show a little bit of what they had stated, and then we can be able to talk about it. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen or even call this up. Let me go to my desktop. I'm gonna call up this disclaimer and get that out the way real quick here. Section 107 of the Copyright Act, peoples. That way, you'll be able to go ahead and protect yourself. Copyright disclaimer. Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. So that is my disclaimer, peoples. So they can't get mad and things because, again, I've already put down my disclaimer, so they can't really say anything. But now, people, let's go ahead and get into this. I'm going to share my screen on this here, and let's go to the Como show. Okay, there it is right there. Share it with audio. All right, this is Como, and we're going to take a little peekaboo at the conversation that was had between him and this ex-police officer. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
Nolan's alleged or believed, assumed friends the way they did. Brandon Tatum is a lightning rod. Why? Black guy who talks conservative politics, black guy who supports the president, black guy who is not open to the idea that in Nolan Wells, it's got to be about race. Went to Mississippi, had interviews that definitely shed light on who we're dealing with here and what's going on. So I asked Brandon Tatum to come back to talk about the response to what he learned, what he now knows that he can share with us, and what he believes the state of play is with what is resonating on the story of Nolan Wells. And there's one thing that we agree on right off the top. Nolan Wells was a great young man. And he was a tremendous loss, obviously, to his family, but also to his friends and to his community. And we often get distracted by how someone dies, and we forget how they lived. Even at the young age of 20, this kid made some impact on so many people, and for the right reasons. So what does Brandon Tatum know? What does he agree with? What does he disagree with? And why? Let's get after it.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI.
Brandon Tatum, thank you for joining us again.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
How has the reporting that you did in Mississippi and the interviews that you did, how has it been received?
It depends on what group of people you referring to. I think that for rational people that, in my opinion, want to know the truth and they're open-minded, I think it was received very well. They got access to information that wasn't privy to the public. Obviously, law enforcement has this information already, but information that people who are interested in finding the truth wanted to hear from these young boys and their account, and they can make their decision from there. It was received very well. People are thankful, very thankful that I took the time to interview these young boys, and they got a little more clarity. When it comes to majority Black community, some of the celebrities, D.L. Hughley and others, they absolutely hate me. They think I'm Satan, and they think that I hate my mama, who's Black, just because I decided to interview people who asked me to interview them. And I don't know how people have conflated what I have done in this interview or in this process, but they have. And this is not abnormal. When you're Black in America and you don't toe the line of where, quote unquote, the Black community wants you to, then you're deemed an Uncle Tom, coon, sellout. You somehow hate your people, and you somehow working for the white man, which is furthest from the truth, man. I love everybody. I don't care nothing about race. It's pointless to think about race. I treat people based on their character, based on their integrity, based on what they present to me, and that's the end of the story.
Why do you think members of the Black, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Celebrity community, whatever it is, Black people whose names we know, why do you think that they come at you that way? You think it's about your politics, or do you think that they are worried about something that you're not showing enough concern about in their estimation?
No, a lot of these people are ignorant. They're brainwashed and emotional. None of them are addressing actual things that I said and actual processes that I went through to interview. They do not care about the truth, or many of them would have interviewed me and just asked me what happened and what did I do. None of them, even those who claim to be journalists, did not give an opportunity to the other side for the other side to have a voice. They did not. And the reason why is because they're white. And a lot of them actually hate white people. And they act like they don't. Listen to their rhetoric. Listen to the things that they've said in the past. They hate white people internally. And so when a topic comes up like this and there's an opportunity to paint white people with a broad brush, they take advantage of it. And I've seen it over the years. I've seen it growing up. I used to hate white people when I was growing up. That's just a part of the culture. And unfortunately, it rears its ugly head as soon as one of these incidents happen. And
some people is very interesting. All right, I'm gonna do it this way. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. It's very interesting, people, how Black people tend to put down Black people. I mean, it's really sad to see that our race, our culture, our people can't get along. And with situations such as this that has transpired, now, everybody is pointing fingers. Everybody has, something to say about the next person, and blase, blase, blase. All right. So my take is this. We know to a degree the culture and nature of Mississippi. Mississippi, the history of Mississippi, a lot of Black people were lynched back in the day and things. There's been cases to where and it's up, to this day, there's been some people who has been lynched and things and stuff. I mean, Mississippi has a very bad connotation to it, because they and I'm not passing judgment because, like I say, I don't know all of Mississippi history, but based upon what was in the news and the records and things from what we all can research and stuff, Mississippi has a bad reputation, a very bad reputation of being racist. Now, could one say that this guy who had spoken on the Como show is racist? Is he biased? Is he trying to protect these white boys from the various things that they proclaimed that had happened? I don't know, people. I can't really say. It's not in my place to say it because, again, I don't really know too much about this case. I'm just now covering it. I'm just now gathering up some information and things and stuff, and maybe all of you have watched all of the different news clippings and different lives and stuff that previous content creators had done. But I'm just now learning of this and stuff. And, I don't watch the news as often as I used to. I'm not on YouTube as often as I used to. So this one kind of slipped by me and things. I've only can pretty much attest to that what was stated. I know that there's a lot of stuff that has been stated. Kids did interviews and things, and a lot of people have different opinions about what actually happened. I got a little clip that a friend of mine had sent me about Nancy Grace and how she had this young black lady who's a professional in her profession had took the actual audio version that the authorities had, and she segregated some of the background noise and stuff, and she was able to make some things clear. And with that, it was stated that we were able to hear some content from the admission of what the boys had stated at the time to when all of this stuff was happening. And so, you got a mixture of people sitting back arguing and fussing and fighting and feuding about, oh, well, she doesn't know what she's doing and she's this and she's that and the other and so on and so forth. And I mean, my thing is simply this. You can be persuaded by all of these content creators and stuff because everybody has an opinion and everybody's going to have their own biased opinion based upon that of what their findings is. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then depending upon who you listen to and depending upon how they come about with expressing things and stuff, well, then, a lot of people tend to formulate an opinion based upon what the content creator says. Now, I've heard so many stories about this black girl, and I'm kind of like, well, I mean, is she that bad? Is she that bad? Well, obviously, people's, it just depends upon who you listen to. Now, I'm not here to take sides with anybody in things. I mean, I was literally intrigued by the various things that she said when she had came on to the Nancy Grace talk show. She had spoken to the veracity of what she had done. And we're going to get into that too. I want to kind of show that and touch bases upon that too and things and stuff because, again, here we have black people in their own profession. We have this ex-cop right here who was just talking and, giving his little commentary about what he sees, what he knows, and what he has done, and so on and so forth. But see, the thing is, peoples, he can only attest to what he has. And my thing is simply this: don't get mad about what the people say, because if you're not going to share it with the public and stuff, well then hey, it ain't no need to get all bent out of shape in your drawers and your ass, because people are entitled to their own opinion, whether they agree with you or not. Now, I don't know the man. This is my first time seeing him the other day and listening to that of what he had to say on the Como show and stuff. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, if things were to the degree as he stated in the live that Como had did, well, then my thing is, you have the proof to the pudding, show it. He doesn't want to show it. It's just like the Kanika Jenkins case. You got a lot of these YouTubers who proclaim to have been there, proclaim to have this and that and the other, and so on and so forth. But then when it comes down to challenging the people to the various things that they proclaim that they have, well, then they can't show you shit. Bottom line, I made a live, and my moderators that came on, and I posted that live on last night, but I had to take it down because it had some porn in it. But I'm gonna bring it back up. But I was showing original video content of the Kanika Jenkins case, and it was interesting because, see, while everybody gave their commentary, I kept focusing up on one little piece, and that was, if Kanika walked the halls of that establishment, well, then help me to make it make sense. You all said that there was somebody down there in the kitchen or in the hallway with her. Well, if that be the case, well, then explain to us, how did that happen? Because if people was reaching for her or doing this and that and the other, well, then if they were going to commandeer the girl, well, then why didn't they just commandeer the girl and just take her? Nobody could ever express that or explain that. Well, that's the same way with this case here with Nolan Xavier Wells. See, there's conflicting stories, people. There's conflicting stories because, see, I was talking to someone the other day, and their opinion is that Nolan was never on the boat. He wasn't there. And I'm kind of like, well, if he wasn't there, well, then how could this be a case? What are you saying? Were you there? Did you see it go on? Did you see anything happen? I mean, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. And people try their best to just put things in my ear and try to put things in my mind and make me think or believe the various things that they're saying is actual, factual, and true. But see, peoples, I am a critical thinker. I think for myself. And my stance is I got to look at all of the evidence and then give my commentary to it as the way that I receive it. I just can't go by what people say or what people think. Because, see, the thing is, if you wasn't there, you don't know. There's different ones who were talking about the boat, and the boat was taken upon water and things. And, well, if the boat was taken on water, it wouldn't be no reason for them to go out into the deep depths of the water because they were taken upon water and things. Well, I don't know if that's true or not because I wasn't there. I mean, if that's what the kids said, well, then that's what the kids say. But there's people who have literally been out on boats and sailing and, you know, doing all of these different things and stuff. And they can attest to a certain degree whether that's true or not. And so Como was supposed to have been working with the Coast Guard at one point in time and stuff, and he gave commentary to that of what his thoughts were and things and how that could have happened. Well, people, so let's go ahead and listen to a little bit more of what this officer had said and things, and let's really break down and analyze this of what he's trying to convey to the people. Because, like I say, I don't know the man from Adam. You know, he has his opinion. I have mine, and let's see what he had to say.
And you've seen it time and time again. Go look at the comment section. How does young men who we don't really have any evidence that committed a crime, how do they get painted as criminals? How do they get painted as being responsible for the death of a person that was considered their friend? If the roles were reversed, this would be maddening.
You know what it's like to confront racism.
Okay, people. So I wanted to go back just for one moment. I'm gonna rewind this back a little bit and stuff because I wanted you guys to see something. Because see, it has been stated that Nolan didn't drink. Well, that's far from the truth, peoples. Because if you can see, he's there. And he looks like he's up on shore. I don't know if they're on the island or whatever, but it looks like he has a can of something in his hand. That looks like a drink to me, right? So now, I mean, one can attest to how many drinks and things. We don't know. We don't know if he never drank, but obviously he has a drink in his hand. So, you know, maybe that was just for show. The boy, he looks, you know, very fit in things. So to drown, they said that he was a prolific swimmer. So, you know, he looks very athletic. And he's with a bunch of white people in this picture. And I don't know why they're blurring out the face of the guy that he's standing with in things and stuff. You know, I don't understand what's all that about. But from my observation, he has some type of beverage, alcoholic beverage in his hand. From my observation, you know, he looks fit. You know, doesn't look drunk. He's smiling and laughing and things like that. And he doesn't seem to be anywhere else other than this, what they said that he was at. And that was on the island. You know? So let's listen in a little bit more, people. See, these are the things that the people were saying. Oh, yeah, he was sloppy drunk and this and that and the other. Was he? Was you there to see how many beers he consumed? When we're just going with what we see, peoples. And that's all we can do because we wasn't there. But let's analyze this, peoples, based upon that was given. Let's listen in, peoples.
Be maddening.
You know what it's like to confront racism. You know it on many different levels, right? You know it as a black man, you know it as a black athlete, you know it as a black cop, you know it as a black political advocate, you know it on a lot of levels. When you met these people, their families, what did that special or if unfortunate radar that you have built into you, what was your read on these people and the vibe in this community vis-a-vis Nolan Wells?
It was incredible. They were normal people. They seemed like great families. They seemed like they raised their children right. And the interesting thing, they had nothing but great things to say about Nolan. They all were very thankful for Nolan. They were all saddened. Even some of the parents cried when we were talking about Nolan. They were very distraught that Nolan had passed away. And they all seemed like, if you go to that side that I went and talked to the people on that side, they all seemed to love Nolan. This was a loss for everybody. And there was no racial animus. They all have black friends and everybody get along. Everybody that I talk to is like, no, the race is not a thing here. We all love everybody. Horn Island is full of a diverse group of people. We have a diverse friend group. All of these things is what is said on this side. Very welcoming. And I do not think that's the case on the other side.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums.
Why do there have to be sides, and how do you define the other side?
Well, I don't think there should be sides, but these groups have, and I would argue that Nolan's parents and Benjamin Crump have taken a side. I said this on my live stream yesterday. I said this should have been a community effort. When your son goes missing, when Nolan's loss is a loss for everybody. It's a loss for his parents, his siblings, his family, his friends, his coach, his football team, the community at large. Everybody lost Nolan. The effort that I think should have been brought forward is that everybody should come together to find out what happened to Nolan. These parents should be talking to these parents about who saw this boy last and what happened. That was not the case because people interjected race into this. Immediately, Nolan Wells' side says they went out with white boys. Something must have happened. The justice system is flawed, inevitably, because once upon a time in Mississippi, there's racial things that had happened against black people. But in perpetuity, white people cannot be trusted, and everything must be a fraud because there's white people and my son is black. That to me destroyed the community and made it into a partisan thing or a separation thing versus a united front.
Okay, peoples. Okay, people. So, do you actually think that race had played the part in all of this? Do you believe that all of this happened because he was a black boy with a lot of white men around, and he happens to be a black boy that was talking to a white girl? Did the guys get jealous and want to do something to him? I mean, look at it, people. See, he's the only black guy there. He's the only black guy there. And he went out on the boat. They came back, and he didn't. What are your thoughts? Is this a racial prone case? Is it that the black man can't talk to the white women? And because he was supposed to have talked to some white girl, now they had to go and take retribution upon him and put him in his place? What do you think, peoples? I mean, is that be the case? I'm waiting for Nosy Bug to come on because she had so much to say. She had so much to say and things, and I wanted her to come on and give her a little spill upon that of what she felt and things and stuff, because we kind of were going back and forth earlier. So I'm just waiting for her to bring her little 2 cents in and things. So peoples, do you believe that this whole case was shrouded by racist people? What are your thoughts? Let's listen in, peoples.
And we can see that because people were telling me when I was out there interviewing people that people in the community are terrified. There's people that they think know more, but they're afraid to say anything. Because even if you didn't have nothing to do with Nolan's death, if you say, I saw him last, you could be painted as a suspect in a murder. And they will blast you and drag your name through the mud and threaten your life. You know, Chris, the young boy Trayston can't even go to a store. He went to buy a Gatorade and he said, your money's not welcome here. Black people turned their backs on Trayston and he wasn't even really accused in this situation. And the boys, warned them, were somewhere else in another state. And people were screaming at them at a restaurant, kicked them out, said, say his name. What does that tell you? That tells you that the narrative has been set that they did it. It's not an open-minded scenario. It's not a we want to know what happened. It's that they've painted these boys as they're criminals. And all the information that I have thus far, there is no indication whatsoever that they were even there when Nolan passed away. And I have seen video. I've seen all kinds of evidence. The police have interviewed these kids already. They've given their cell phones over to the FBI. I mean, they've, in my opinion, based on what they've shown me, they've done everything the right way.
Is it true that one of the young men you interviewed, not Trayston, who's a black kid, by the way, obviously black kid. It's not like he has to tell you that he's a black kid. Warren, is it true that he actually called Nolan's mother to tell her that Nolan was missing and that he was going to call the Coast Guard?
Yes, he showed me the phone record. We actually posted on our Instagram the phone record. He showed me in his phone where he called Miss Christine first. She didn't answer the first time. He had a second call, and I think because she was asleep. He had a second call with it where the duration of the call was about 5 to 8 minutes. He talks to her on the phone, and he told me during that call that he told her, hey, we haven't seen Nolan. Don't panic. You know, we think that he may be hanging out with friends or whatever, but just in case, is it okay if I call the Coast Guard? So he told me he got permission from Christine, that, you know, Nolan's mom, that he could call the Coast Guard. Then he showed me the call log where immediately after that call, it couldn't have been a minute or two after the call, he calls the Coast Guard. And he also showed me that him and the rest of the boys got up the next morning, got on a boat, and went out looking for Nolan. He also told me that he told Christine, Nolan's mother, that he had Nolan's phone and keys.
Okay, people. So help me to make this make sense. Help me to make this make sense. Why would the boy call the gentleman's mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard? Why would he call the mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard? That's crazy. So basically what the young man is saying is that we don't know where Nolan is. That's the way that I'm taking it from, you know, what the gentleman had just stated. He called Nolan's mother. He's spoken to Nolan's mother. They can't find Nolan. And it's amazing how, you know, they can't find Nolan. I mean, he was on the boat with them, as you can clearly see. He had a beer with them, as you can clearly see. He's taking photos with them, as you can clearly see. So obviously, he was there with them based upon the pictures that was presented, right? So the question becomes, in my mind, the question becomes, where is Nolan? What happened? What happened? Why would the boy call the mother and call the Coast Guard? So See, people, look at the inference here. I want you to really think about this for one moment. Think about this for one moment. Why would he call Nolan's mother in the first place? Why? Because he says that they can't find Nolan. So I'm going to call his mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard because they can't find Nolan. Think about that for one moment, people. How stupid that is. If you can't find your friend, you call the authorities first before you call anybody else. It's just like Munifa, Shemaiah, and Breber and Irene. They go, we can't find Kanika, and so instead of calling the authorities, they call TM. Well, we can't find Kanika. I mean, peoples, that is the oldest trick in the book. They can't find Kanika and they can't find Nolan. So what they do, they call the mother. And he has to get permission from the mother to call the Coast Guard. Just like the kids end up calling TM because they couldn't find Kanika. I mean, people, think about that. You know, that see, this is why I love doing the various things that I do, because I listen to what the people say, and then I bring about my commentary after they said it. And I try to make it make sense. But see, the thing is, people, you can't make sense of nonsense. You can't make sense of stupidity. The guy, instead of calling the authorities and telling the authorities, well, we can't find our friend, he calls his mother to see about getting permission to calling the Coast Guard because they can't find Nolan. And so in the length of time to when he's speaking to the mother, which is a 5-minute call or whatever, did anybody bother to call the authorities after they hung up? Did the mother call the authorities? Did the kids end up calling the authorities and saying, hey, we can't find Nolan, so, you know, let's get the Coast Guard out here or somebody out here. Can't find a friend. I mean, think about that for one moment, peoples. How stupid can you get? He calls the boy's mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard because they can't find Nolan. So then my question becomes, what happened to Nolan? What happened to him? They can't find him, so they call the Coast Guard. Well, I mean, he calls the mother first. Instead of calling the authorities and making a report and saying, hey, our friend is missing, or, you know, whatever the case may be, they call the person who cannot help them. And then, you know, and it was stupid for this guy to even say that. And trying to make it seem like, oh, well, you know, that was the right thing to do. I'm looking at this cop speaking, and he's stupid for even saying that. He had to get permission to call the Coast Guard. Your friend is missing, but yet let me call his mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard because my friend is missing. How stupid that is, peoples. Let's listen to this madness, peoples.
And all the information that I have thus far, there is no indication whatsoever that they were even there when Nolan passed away. And I have seen video, I've seen all kinds of evidence. The police have interviewed these kids already. They've given their cell phones over to the FBI. I mean, they've, in my opinion, based on what they've shown me, they've done everything the right way.
Is it true that one of the young men you interviewed, not Trayston, who's a black kid, by the way, obviously black kid. It's not like he has to tell you that he's a black kid. Warren, is it true that he actually called Nolan's mother to tell her that Nolan was missing and that he was going to call the Coast Guard?
Yes, he showed me the phone record. We actually posted on our Instagram.
Okay, so let's backtrack here. Let's look at this.
And all the information that I have thus far, there is no indication whatsoever that they were even there when Nolan passed away. And I have seen video, I've seen all kinds of evidence. The police have interviewed these kids already. They've given their cell phones over to the FBI. I mean, they've, in my opinion, based on what they've shown me, they've done everything the right way.
Is it true that one of the young men you interviewed, not Trayston, who's a black kid, by the way, obviously black kid. It's not like he has to tell you that he's a black kid. Warren, is it true that he actually called Nolan's mother to tell her that Nolan was missing?
Okay, and so here it is. This is the text message that's supposed to be people's. It says, Hudson said he texted a couple of friends asking, hey, did he have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? I mean, people, now I graduated from high school and I graduated from college, and I wasn't an English scholar and things, but I do know how to read and I do know how to write, but is this the way that these kids were being taught in school? Hudson said he texted a couple of friends asking, hey, did he have y'all? Did who have who? Did he have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? But no one knew where he was. Hudson said, which prompted Hudson to ask for Wells' mother's contact information, saying he'll call the Coast Guard if she hasn't heard from him. Okay. Now let's put this in context, peoples. Let's put this in context. Hudson said that he had texted a couple of friends. But what did he say to the couple of friends that he had texted? Well, where is those text messages that he had texted his friends? Why is he texting his friends? If your friend is missing, why is everybody texting each other? Why isn't that no one is ever thinking about law enforcement that can help out immediately if there is some things going on? Do you understand what I'm saying, people? Everybody is texting each other, but nobody's really worried about him. No one. Nobody knows where he is, what he's doing. And the thing is, why was Hudson so much emphatic about calling his mother? Who on the boat had Nolan's mother's contact information? And why did they have the wherewithal to go ahead and call Nolan's mother themselves? Do you see what I'm saying? See, the thing is, at least Hudson had the frame of mind to notify the family. But see, the way that the officer had stated is that he was going to call the mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard. But that's not what this says, peoples. See, that's not what this says. So the police officer, the ex-police officer, took everything out of context. Because see, he's interjecting his views without actually stating what was written. Or was this the actual text message? Or is the people going about in writing this in such a way to where they're giving their commentary? See, that's the thing. See, ain't nobody talking about these little things, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I look at all of this and I analyze it and then I talk about it. Well, that ain't what this right here ain't saying what the officer had said. The officer made it seem like that the boy had to call the mother to get permission to call the Coast Guard. But this says, but no one knew where he was. Hudson said, which prompted Hudson to ask for Wells' mother's contact information, saying he'll call the Coast Guard if she hasn't heard from him. Well, that's different, peoples. That's different than what the officer said. The officer said that he had to ask permission from the mother. But this said that he will call the Coast Guard if she wasn't able to get in touch with Nolan. Okay, so let's think about this for one moment, people. If Nolan's phone was on the boat, then how would Nolan be able to contact anybody? And did everybody know that Nolan's phone was on the boat? You can't contact nobody if you don't have any means to contact anybody. So let's look at this. Who on the boat had Nolan Wells' mother's contact information? Because obviously Hudson didn't have it. And then why was Hudson compelled to call the mother? And nobody else. Did anybody else on that boat give two rats' asses about Nolan and where Nolan was? Or was this a cover-up? What was this just a plan to cover our tracks and make it seem like we were thinking about our friend? And we needed to put up on record to make sure that once they check our phones, then they can see that we had a genuine concern for our friend who was missing. I mean, you can look at it so many different ways, peoples. You read it the way that you want. I'm just stating the facts right here, is that this is different than what the officer just said. Let's listen in further to hear what the officer said, peoples. Let's go.
And that he was going to call the Coast Guard?
Yes, he showed me the phone record. We actually posted on our Instagram the phone record. He showed me in his phone where he called Miss Christine first She didn't answer the first time. He had a second call, and
So he calls the mother first. 11:07, she didn't answer. Second call, he calls again. She answers, and then they talk about 5 minutes. But let's rewind this for one moment, peoples. Let's rewind this for a moment.
And all the information that I have thus far, there is no indication whatsoever that they were even there when Nolan passed away. And I have seen video, I've seen all kinds of evidence. The police have interviewed these kids already. They've given their cell phones over to the FBI. I mean, they've, in my opinion, based on what they've shown me, they've done everything the right way.
Is it true that one of the young men you interviewed, not Trayston, who's a black kid, by the way, obviously black kid. It's not like he has to tell you that he's a black kid. Warren, is it true that he actually called Nolan's mother to tell her that Nolan was missing and that he was going to call the Coast Guard?
Yes, he showed me the phone record. We actually posted on our Instagram the phone record.
Okay, and so it says right here around 11 p.m. and p.m. people, you know that's at night, right? It's not in the daytime. It's not in the morning. It's at night. It's almost the dead of night. At around 11 p.m. at night, dead at night, on an island. And so peoples, if you know anything about being out on an island at the dead of night, it is dark. It's dark. It is dark, peoples. See, when we were on the cruise and we were on our way to the Bahamas, we were right in the middle of the water and it was dead at night. And when you look out on the horizons, peoples, you couldn't see nothing but just the lights that was illuminating off the boat. Because we were right in the middle of the ocean, dead at night. And there was no lights around nowhere, peoples. We wasn't on the island yet, but we was in the middle of the water and it was dead at night. And as far as the eye could see, it was just total pitch black, peoples. So they call, or he calls, the mother at 11 p.m. at night. 11 p.m. at night. It says around 11 p.m. local time, he called Christine Wansley, who didn't answer until the second call. Once he got a hold of her, he asked if she had heard from Wells, but she hadn't. I said, all right. Well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. Okay, let's put that in context, people. So let's put that in context. So the thing is simply this. It is 11 p.m. at night. He calls Nolan's mother. But it never stated in this particular text right here that he ever told Nolan's mother what happened to Nolan. Do you understand what I'm saying? They had all of the time in the world to call the mother to let them know that they couldn't find Nolan. But they waited until 11 o'clock at night to go and give this woman a phone call. Well, see, the thing is, peoples, if Nolan was missing, they already knew Nolan was missing well before the night. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's 11 o'clock at night, peoples. If I'm getting a call from someone 11 o'clock at night and they say, well, have you heard from your child? What do you mean, have I heard from my child? What's going on? What's going on? Last that I know, my child was with you all. So what's going on here? You all are back. You all are calling me at night. What is going on with my child? Why am I speaking to you? What happened that you don't know what happened to my child? Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, that's just how I would be. You calling me at the dead of night, asking me if I heard from a child. And I tell you I hadn't. All right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. Wait, what? Hold on for one moment. Don't freak out. What do you mean, don't freak out? What's going on? What's going on? See, people, when you look at the evidence and notice how the officer continues to keep telling us that he has all of the proof to the truth. Notice how the officer all the time wants to reiterate the point that all of the videos and text messages and everything corroborates their story, and it makes it seem like they had nothing to do with it. Bullshit. Bullshit. What evidence that you had to corroborate the story to make it seem like these kids had no involvement in this case? You're full of bullshit. It's just like the Kanika Jenkins case in the Friends. They had Kanika's phone in the room. They had Kanika's phone in the room. They even told you that they had Kanika's phone in the room. It's all in the case files that they had Kanika's phone in the room. So Kanika couldn't call nobody even if she wanted to because they had her phone. But at the midnight hour, what time was they was supposed to have called TM? It was around what, 2 something in the morning? Well, was Kanika missing at that particular time? Because according to the timestamp, she was supposed to have been in the party at TY's Live. According to the timestamp, she wasn't supposed to be roaming the halls of that establishment until about 3 something. But it's in the case files. It's written in the case files. Now she was walking the halls of that establishment about 3 something. But yet they call TM at about 2 something and tell TM that Kanika is missing. See, people, a lot of people was giving commentary about the Kanika Jenkins case. But they missed that important factor right there. The kids called TM to let TM know that Kanika was missing. But yet, in the case files and in the video, it was supposed to have been stated that she was walking the halls of that establishment at a later time. So from the time to when the kids called TM to let them know that Kanika was missing, and she said, "What do you mean? Bring me my car." Well, what time did they leave to bring TM her car? Because according to the video footage, we didn't see them leave to bring TM no car. Because from 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, to almost 5 o'clock, we see them roaming the halls of that establishment. So we never seen them leave the establishment. They were still there, roaming the halls of that establishment. But the thing is, where was Kanika? So this boy was supposed to have called the mom at 11 p.m. at night, in the dead of night. And they're over on an island in Mississippi in the dead of night. And he's calling to ask his mom, have you spoke to Nolan? Well, he already know what the answer is, because the thing is, they had his phone. So he already knew the answer before he even asked the question. See, that's how you know that they're guilty, peoples. That's how you know that they're guilty. This is a cover up as you wouldn't believe. And this black man, this so-called officer, is covering up for these kids, talking about he's got all of the text messages and he's got all of the proof to the truth, but he ain't got no proof to no truth, peoples, because I'm already breaking this thing down and I'm already seeing the inconsistencies in what's happening here. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? The boy calls the mother the dead of night. They're on the island, and then he's telling her, there's no need to fear. The Coast Guard is coming near. But see, the thing is, peoples, they didn't call the Coast Guard. They didn't call the Coast Guard. Because had they made a report with the Coast Guard, it doesn't matter whether you are stranded or not. The Coast Guard would have came because there was a distress call being made. That's just like if you call the police and you say that my child is missing or something is happening at my house. The police will come to check it out, to see if everything is okay. That's just like anytime that you call 911 and you don't speak to 911, 911 will call you back and they will keep calling and they will send an officer to that location to where they trace the number from to make sure that everything is okay. But they didn't call the Coast Guard, peoples. That didn't happen. Because if the Coast Guard was called, the Coast Guard is obligated to come to see about the people that was in distress. And so that's how I know that they didn't call the Coast Guard, peoples. So I don't know what the conversation was between the mama and the boy, because according to the text message, according to the phone log, they was on the phone for about 5 minutes. And I'm sure that she's in a tizzy. She's in a panic. She's, it's like, wait a minute. I'm getting a call at 11 o'clock at night and you guys are telling me you don't know what my son is? Really? But that's not what the officer said. The officer continues to keep steering you back to the so-called evidence that he supposedly have had, peoples. But the man didn't get no evidence. He don't have no evidence because he's already caught in a lie. He's caught in a fault. And my thing is, if you're ever going to be transparent and stuff, well, then be transparent. Tell the people what you got. Tell the people what's actually being stated. And don't mix the words. Don't twist it around. Because now you're misleading the people. And then you have the audacity to go and browbeat the people and try to bring them down and stuff, all because you lied. you lied, and now you want to ride. Well, I'm not going to let that slide. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So, the thing is, the boy calls the mother at 11 o'clock at night and asking her, have you heard from your son? But he was like, oh, well, okay, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. Now, where's the transcripts of him ever calling the Coast Guard? Because after he got off the phone with the mom, where's the transcript that he called anybody else? Where's the transcripts that he had texted friends? Because we saw earlier that he had texted several of the friends. Where is that information so we can see for ourselves what the text had stated? But the officer ain't giving that up, peoples. Why? Because they're lying. They're lying, peoples. And that's how you can tell. Because if there was any validity to their stupidity, well, then there would be transparency. But it ain't no transparency, peoples. Because they're all lying under the teeth. Now, let's listen to this, peoples. Let's go.
He showed me in his phone where he called Miss Christine first. She didn't answer the first time. He had a second call, and I think because she was asleep. He had a second call with it where the duration of the call was about 5 to 8 minutes.
He even said it himself. He thinks that she was asleep. Well, goddamn, stupid. Yeah, 11 o'clock, she should be asleep. She's getting a call at 11 o'clock at night. You think she's going to be answering the phone on the first call? See, that's just how stupid this officer is. I think she was asleep. Well, goddamn it, she was asleep. Let's listen in, peoples.
He talks to her on the phone, and he told me during that call that he told her, hey, we haven't seen Nolan. Don't panic. You know, we think that he may be hanging out with friends or whatever, but just in case, is it okay if I call the Coast Guard?
We can't find Nolan. It's 11 o'clock at night. Don't panic because we can't find Nolan, but is it okay if we call the Coast Guard? That's not what the text said. He's interjecting that within his commentary, peoples. Why in the F would you ask the mother, is it okay for me to call the Coast Guard? And why are you calling the mother first? Why don't you call the Coast Guard to get that resources out there? Because this was a cover-up, peoples. Plain and simple, it was a cover-up. It was a cover-up. And see, the thing is, people, see, when you plot and plan and things and stuff, you do stupid things. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said, when you plot and plan peoples, you do stupid things. And that was stupid up on their part for calling the mom instead of calling the authorities. Now he's got scripture all written up on his biceps and things and stuff. And so, you know, he's got Jesus is Lord and James 2:26 and 1 Peter 3:21 and Acts something and all. So he's proclaiming that he's a holy man, but it ain't nothing holy about him because, see, if you was a holy man, you wouldn't be lying. God doesn't lie. God. If you got God in you, you can't lie, people. You're compelled to tell the truth. You're compelled. If you are a servant of God, if you're God's child, and you are putting all of these scriptures upon your body and stuff, well then, you know, and you're going to be the representative of Christ himself. Why are you sitting here lying? God never lied, but you're lying. So you can tattoo all of the scriptures upon your body, but that doesn't mean anything to me. You are a liar. Why are you lying, peoples? It's 11 o'clock at night, and the boy is calling his mother, asking for permission to call the Coast Guard. So just think about that for one moment. So if you're going to call the Coast Guard, peoples, or have the notion of calling the Coast Guard, well then what you're saying to me and to everybody else, it is an emergency. It is an urgency. It's an emergency. Our friend is not here. We can't find our friend. He's not here. That's what they're saying. You don't call the Coast Guard just to be calling the Coast Guard. You don't call the Coast Guard if it's not an urgency or an emergency, right? Right. But you call the Coast Guard because something you feel has happened that is way beyond your control. That's why you call the authorities, peoples. Because they have the authority to do way more than what you could do. And they have the resources to do it. It's beyond your hands. And so when I get to a point in life to where I can't handle it myself, that's why I get on my knees and I pray to my Father, which art in heaven. And when I pray to my Father, I pray with all sincerity. And after I pray, people, I get up and I don't worry about it no more, because I trust and believe that the Lord heard and he will answer my prayers. Did you hear what I said? My situation is beyond my control. So I can't do it. I don't have the strength. So I take it to the Lord in prayer for the one who can be able to make a difference in my life. Father God in heaven, I am beset with a situation that is totally beyond my control. Lord, I need your help. I'm coming, confessing my sins, asking for forgiveness. Search my heart, and if you find anything that shouldn't be, take it from me. Cleanse me, renew me, revive me, restore me. But most importantly, hear my prayer. For I'm crying out to you. I'm travailing to you, Father. And see, that's what we do, people. Whenever we are facing a situation to where we need the help, we call on Christ Jesus, but he will answer prayer. Well, this situation was beyond their control. So instead of calling on Jesus, they're thinking about calling the Coast Guard, which they never did. Now look at them, people. Look at them. Look at Como, because Como is listening to what this guy had to say. And Como is saying to himself, this is stupid, man. This is stupid. These kids never called the Coast Guard, never got the resources out there. So they knew that just for even referencing the Coast Guard, it was an emergency. It was an emergency, peoples. It was an emergency. But they never bothered to get the proper resources out there. So let's listen to what this man had to say, peoples. Let's go.
So he told me he got permission from Christine, that, you know, Nolan's mom, that he could call the Coast Guard. Then he showed me the call log where immediately after that call, it couldn't have been a minute or two after the call, he calls the Coast Guard.
So he calls the Coast Guard? What was that, the Coast Guard peoples that he called? Let's see.
And he also showed me that him and the rest of the boys got up the next morning, got on a boat, and went out looking for Nolan. He also told me that he told Christine, Nolan's mother, that he had Nolan's phone and keys.
So he told the mother that he had Nolan's phone and keys. So people, put this in perspective. How in the hell could Nolan be able to reach out to his mother when he had Nolan's phone and keys? I just told you that earlier. I just told you that Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree had stated that they had Kanika's phone and keys. Bree had the keys. Irene had the phone. So it was impossible for Kanika to be able to reach out to anybody outside of the walls of the Crown Plaza because she didn't have her keys to leave, nor did she have her phone to call. Peoples, why in God's name is this black man doing this to himself? He looks so GD stupid. He told me he had Nolan's keys and phone. Well, duh! People, so do I have some critical thinkers out here in internet land? Do I have any critical thinkers, peoples? He said that he had Nolan's keys and phone. But see, the thing is, peoples, E.T. wanted to call home, but E.T. did not have a phone to call home. E.T. phone home. Well, obviously Nolan is not E.T. So he said that right after he called the mother, he called the Coast Guard. But what did he say to the Coast Guard, peoples? Let's listen in.
And so when that information is presented to me, it creates a conflict in the story where he's actually showing me evidence. I haven't been able to see any evidence from the other side.
Context. When did he call Christine? When did it become a concern to Warren and maybe other friends that they didn't know where Nolan was?
Well, he explained it thoroughly in the interview, but I'll like summate it real quick.
People should watch the interview.
Yeah.
Brandon Tatum is a very well-known influencer. You know how to get to his page. The interviews are all there and accessible. But give us the short answer.
I think it was around 10 p.m. And the explanation that he gave me was that Nolan was hanging out with that girl, Katie. So they expected Nolan to be kicking it with her, hitch a ride back on somebody else's boat. They all plan to go to a central location to continue the party. But Nolan is not there. The girl that he was with shows up, but Nolan is not around. So he's now being concerned. He told me he thought Nolan may have been on somebody's couch or hanging out with somebody else. He said he didn't really know, but he'd rather be safe than sorry. So he said he wanted to call his mom before he called the Coast Guard. He wanted to call her first and get her permission. And that's what he explained to me. And and like I said, he shared the text messages. So I think it was like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. on the 4th.
People, that's bullshit. He calls his mother first because he has a genuine concern. But yet, listen to the inferences that he's putting in. Well, he thinks that he was on somebody else's boat. He thinks that he was with the girl. He thinks this. He thinks that. Nobody gives two rats' asses what you think. Because see, the thing is, you already knew what Nolan was or what Nolan is. You know that's bullshit. You knew. You knew at 10 o'clock. He's up here interjecting that, oh, well, he thinks that he's with the girl, or he thinks that he's on somebody's couch, or he thinks this, he thinks that. Well, okay, so he's the only one that's concerned? I gotta go and watch the interview, peoples. I gotta go watch the interview. Does anybody have this man's internet page? Kelly, do you have this man internet page so I can look this man up and call up that interview? Anybody who's watching this live, do you guys have his handle so I can be able to call this man up? Let me do this, people. Let me do this. I'm gonna share my screen. Because I'm curious about this interview now. I said I'm curious about this interview. Because that interview is going to give us a lot more information. Because this man is putting his foot right in his tush. I'm trying not to cuss, peoples. I said I'm trying not to cuss. Okay, so here, we're going to share that. I'm going to hold on to this. But I'm trying to find the interview. What is this guy's name anyway? And let me do it like this. Nolan Wells. Am I sharing the screen, peoples? Yeah, I'm sharing it. Okay. Let me see. Let's type in this Nolan Wells interview. Nolan Wells Friends interview. All right. Okay. Officer Tatum. Here it is right here. All right.
So Warren,
All right, people. So let's look at this interview that this officer supposedly did. Let's look at this interview, and we're going to get some insight to the madness. We're going to get some insight to the madness because see, the thing is, this guy is supposed to be an influencer, and he was supposed to have got all types of information and this and that and the other. But I think this is just total bullshit. To be honest with you, I think this is just total bullshit, and I think that this officer is trying to help these kids cover up what they had did to Nolan. Because as I stated before, peoples, the boy calls the mother. The boy calls the mother at 11 o'clock at night and asks her, had she spoken to Nolan? Well, obviously, she couldn't have spoken to Nolan because in the same breath, people, later on in the conversation, the man had admitted that the boy had Nolan's cell phone and keys. So if he had Nolan's cell phone and keys, how in God's name could Nolan be able to contact his mother or anybody if he had Nolan's cell phone and keys? He couldn't. That's just like the Kanika Jenkins case. Remember, Kanika couldn't call nobody because it was stated, and even the kids stated, that they had Kanika's cell phone and keys. And they called TM about 2-something in the morning. And TM's response was, bring me my car and my keys. But according to the video footage, the kids never left the establishment up until almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Because even though that they called TM about 2-something, Kanika was still missing. Okay, so see, that just blew past your head, peoples. I said, even though they called TM about 2-something in the morning, Kanika was still missing. And Kanika was supposedly roaming the halls of that establishment, but yet they're going to call TM instead of calling the authorities and bringing the police down there and everybody, instead of doing the 911 call and having some urgency in their voice and stuff. I think it was Monifa that did the 911 call, and she was like, she was disabled. Well, the only disabled one wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples, because Kanika Jenkins never had a disability. But Monifa said that she was disabled. But see, the thing is, peoples, they had Kanika's keys and cell phone. Bree had Kanika's keys. Irene had Kanika's cell phone. So it was no way for Kanika to ever be able to escape from that establishment and contact anybody because she did not have her keys nor cell phone. But she was supposed to have been drunk. Now, let's put the Nolan Wells situation in perspective. The guy calls the mother at 11 o'clock at night, stating, have you spoke to Nolan? Well, the white boy knew good darn well that she didn't speak to Nolan because he stated that he had Nolan's keys and phone. Well, how in God's name could Nolan contact the mama or any other people when they had his keys and phone? But see, the inference is people's, and the cop had did this because the cop had said that, oh, well, they thought that he was up on somebody's couch. Doesn't that sound like the Kanika Jenkins case, peoples? Remember when they had alluded to Kanika was lying down on the couch? You guys see the correlation, right? Don't that sound like the Kanika Jenkins case? When the kids had Kanika Jenkins keys and phone, but then the guy had said that he had Nolan Wells' keys and phone. Do you see the correlation, peoples? Now a black boy come up missing, but a black girl come up missing. But in this case, it was white people who was with this black boy. But in the case of the Kanika Jenkins case, it was all black people. It wasn't mixed races. It was supposedly her friends. And it was supposedly be her best friends. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, do you see the stark contrast between the Kanika Jenkins case and Nolan Wells case, peoples? Two black kids missing, cell phones with their friends. Can't call, can't do anything. So how in the hell could Nolan be able to call anybody and he had his keys and phone? See, the thing is, people, they already knew Nolan was missing. And then he said that he asked Nolan's mother for permission to call the Coast Guard. Well, see, people, see, the thing is that the kids called TM first before they called 911. Kanika's missing. What do you mean Kanika's missing? Go find her. Kanika's missing. What do you mean? How could a grown girl come up missing? Kanika's missing. People, I can only imagine what Nolan Wells' mother was thinking or saying with a phone call at 11 o'clock at night. So instead of calling the Coast Guard, because had they called the Coast Guard by law had to go and investigate the missing person. They didn't call the Coast Guard, peoples. I said they didn't call the Coast Guard because by law, and this black man would have known that by law. Had they called the Coast Guard was obligated to go to investigate a missing person. Because, see, they are the law of the land on the waters, the seas, peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, let's put it in perspective. If they were on an island and it's at 11 o'clock at night, it ain't no lights on the island. It ain't no lights on the island. So even if Nolan wanted to, Nolan wouldn't have been able. To make any type of phone calls because there ain't no payphones on the island. It ain't no lights on the island. He's definitely wasn't lying down upon no one's couch, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, so I've already broken it down, peoples, and I'm glad that this officer had did this interview because we're getting ready to take a look at that. Because see, right now I was trying to get the officer the benefit of the doubt, but now I can't do it only because I caught the officer in a lie, and he was supposed to be a Jesus guy. But see, the thing is, if he ever had Christ in his life, he wouldn't be sitting here lying, blatantly lying. See, I'm so glad that my friends had told me about this case because, see, I'm a very analytical person, people. So I break the shit down. I listen to what the people have to say, and then I bring it back up in their face and throw it back at them. If there was ever an emergency, well, then the Coast Guard would have been called first instead of getting permission from a mom that don't even know where they are, what they're doing, or anything. Her son is missing, and it is 11 o'clock at night. I can just only imagine what that phone call would have been like. But he said that he had Nolan's keys and phone. But yet the inference is that he's laying on somebody's couch, or he's with the white girl. Just imagine, peoples. Just imagine. I want you to picture the scene out there. They're out there on an island with no lights and all like that. The only lights is just what's on the boat and things. Okay? The boy is missing. They knew that well before the mother got called. But see, the thing is, if the boy was so concerned about Nolan, well, then my thing is he knew well before 11 o'clock that Nolan was missing. And from the reports of what they said about Nolan seems to be a responsible kid. So you would think that Nolan would have reached out to the friends and say, hey, well, I'm going to kick it with this girl. Now, see, the thing is, peoples, whatever happened earlier, and the plan was in motion. Because, see, Nolan was with a white girl. A black boy with a white girl, and jealousy got involved. Because see, the thing is, you see how physically fit Nolan Wells is, and you know, he plays football and he's into all of this other stuff and things, and so the white girls love a black Mandingo boy. Akuta Kinte. You know, white girls go nuts over black men. And so Nolan was interested in his white girl. And his so-called friends didn't like that. So I don't think that it had anything to do with so much of a racial tone, peoples. I think it was jealousy. Because had it been to the degree to where it was racial, I don't think that he would have been on the boat with some white boys on an island. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you got to break it down, peoples. You got to put it in perspective. You got to look at and put it in context. I don't think that it was so much of a racial tone, more so than jealousy. Because the Mandingo warrior has got the white damsel in distress. Or the white damsel. You know, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. I'll climb up and I'll show you that I care. See, I'm already poking holes in the story, and I'm just now beginning to really get into this case, peoples, and really start to break this shit down, because this shit doesn't make no sense. And this Officer Tatum character, you know, he really think that he's the shit, but he's stupid because he's sitting up here inferring all of this and that and the other and trying to bring protections to this boy. But he's stupid because he's not even understanding what he's saying. But he's trying to bring validity and credibility to what these boys is saying. And I'm already poking holes in their story. Officer Tatum. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, Jenna, to you. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Jenna, to you, has says, greetings, Edward and Kelly. Well, I told you guys that I was going to come and I was going to talk about this case, and here I am. And now, now that I'm really starting to get into it and things and stuff, I'm going to be putting some shorts out up on TikTok to bring a greater audience and stuff. I was waiting for Nosy Bug to bring her little nosy self in and things because we were supposed to chalk it up a little bit and things, but you know, you know how it is, peoples. But it's okay, because I can still do this on my own. So I've already shown you the parallel between the Kanika Jenkins case and the Nolan Xavier Wells case, peoples. So now let's listen to this interview that this man had did with this boy. And let's point out all the inconsistencies in the story. Let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
All right, Warren. We had a chance to get to know each other over the last 2 days. Went out to Horn Island, so I've had an opportunity to talk to you about a few things, and the things that you've told me have literally blown my mind. But the world haven't had a chance yet to hear your story, to hear Nolan's story through you, through his friend, and it's not just you; it's a bunch of y'all. But some of the other guys were afraid because of the threats and the violence that's been threatened against their lives and all of the above. But you decided that you wanted to take this bold step and give a statement and get your side out here.
Peoples, do you actually think that the people was really threatening them and things and stuff? That's Mississippi, peoples. What credible threats that was levied upon these white boys' lives? They're in their hometown. They're in Mississippi, where the cornheads and crackheads and the crackers, the cracker jacks. See. The thing is, people see when black people get oppressed. When black people get oppressed, nobody is sad behind that. It's just like, oh well, okay, just another nigger, getting beat down and all like this. But then when the white people get oppressed, oh boy, it's headline news. How dare they do that? Now, they're running scared because they're getting threats. They're getting threats. Now they see how it feels, right? They see how it feels. See, when the tides is turned on the other, when the tides is turned and stuff, and these white people start to feel what us black people feel and stuff, well, they can't handle that shit. We go through that shit every single day. But they're not used to the type of life that we live on a daily, the type of stuff that we go through on a daily. See, that's that. See, thank you, Lord, for humoring me and stuff, because now we got crackers are being jackers. We got the cracker jacks popping off at the mouth. They just like popcorn. The crackers is cracking me up because now they're being threatened because a black man came up missing. Well, I mean, if the threats is credible and if it's real, oh well. Welcome to our world, crackers. Welcome to our world. Let's listen in, peoples, and see what this cracker has to say.
And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college. We talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. And Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. There's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Okay, so he's giving Nolan Wells accolades and stuff because he said that he's never been in an altercation. Nolan is the upright, upstanding black boy. He doesn't have anything bad to say. He said that he's his best friend and things. Does Nolan Wells' mother and father share in that sentiment with this guy? If they were best friends, did he ever sleep over in Nolan Wells' house? Did he ever meet the parents? Then I wonder what the parents has to say about this guy. And by the other people that would supposedly have been threatened, and he is the only one that chooses to talk and stuff. Well, is it that he wants to make a shine with the public to let the public know, look, I didn't have nothing to do with this. Nolan was my friend. We were good friends. So is he trying to get ahead and trying to paint a picture that he's this upright, standing, good citizen that really adores Nolan Wells peoples? Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, peoples. Let's listen to what he has to say. Because see, the only thing is, the only way that we can really judge this boy, because we don't know him, is by what he says. So let's hold him to account by what he says, peoples. Because I don't believe that shucking and jive madness that the other kids were so goddamn afraid that they can't do an interview. That's bullshit. But see, people, I'm a child of God. And I believe in justice. And the Bible tells us, fret not ourselves because of evil doers. I believe that God is going to reveal the madness that has plagued this particular case. And I believe that those white crackers is going to be brought to justice, because from just on the outset of that, of what I know, peoples, I don't believe the shucking and jive story. Because if they was really concerned about their friend as they proclaimed, well, then they could have did the right thing in the beginning, but they didn't. And see, I'm not coming with all of these innuendos, and I'm not saying I know everything about this case and I'm solving this case and I know all of this and that and the other. But what I am saying is that of what my ears are hearing, I don't believe, peoples, because it doesn't cut the mustard. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, when a person is not here to be able to speak for themselves, now everybody tends to love them. Oh, Nolan was this great kid, Nolan this and Nolan that, and so on and so forth. Well, I can tell you one thing about Nolan, peoples. Nolan drank beer. So don't give me the shuck and jive madness that Nolan was all of this in a cup of tea, that he ain't never cursed, he ain't never drank. I don't know if he smoked, I don't know if he did drugs, but I know he liked white crackers. He liked white girls. So he was raised around white people. So he liked white girls. So if he ever got with a white girl, I'm sure that his kid will come out albino or light skinned or whatever. I'm just saying, ain't going to be chocolate. Did you ever see Nolan Wells talk with any black women, black girls? Did you ever see any pictures of him cozying up to black girls? No, he liked those white women. He liked those crackers. He liked those wet leopards. And that's what got him in trouble. Messing around with a wet leopard, a cracker, a honky. Y'all don't like the terminology that I'm using, huh? What? I'm calling them crackers, honkies, white people. Am I racist for saying what I'm saying, peoples? I don't have a racist bone in my body. Never been racist, peoples. Never been racist. Well, see, the thing is, peoples, if you ever understood the 4th of July, understood what it stood for and things, would you celebrate or would you capitulate or would you congratulate? Do you understand? See, if you ever understood the history of Mississippi peoples, would you sit up here and give praises to these crackers? Because it was their ancestors that messed with our ancestors. It was their ancestors that had the Negro, the Mandingo man spread his legs, spread his cheeks, and go up his rectum. That's where all of this gayism stuff came from. Because Massa had messed with the slave. And Massa wanted to mess with and did mess with the black women. I mean, let's call it for what it is, peoples. But y'all want to say that I'm racist because I call them crackers, honkies, wet leopards. But look what their ancestors did to our people. We were content on the continent of Africa. But they went on and with the sailboats and stuff, took Kuta Kinte, Kizzy, and told Kuta, your name is Tobe, to obey. Nigger, what is your name? My name is Kuta Kinte. The greatest thing ever. It says Kuta Kinte. The greatest thing ever. Oh, God, I forgot the meaning of that. Kuta Kinte. The greatest thing ever to yourself or of yourself or something along that lines and stuff. But y'all seen it. Y'all seen Roots. Y'all seen how the white man had the black man tied up and hanging from a tree and took that whip and whipped his back, whipped the flesh open. They did Kuta just like they did Jesus to a certain degree. And they whipped him and they whipped him and they whipped him and they whipped him unto subjection. And then he says, my name is Tobe, to obey. And I tell you, peoples, after they showed that, the next day I went to school, all of the black people beat up the white people's ass. They beat their asses down big time. I didn't. I just thought that it was funny how a movie can influence the attitudes of the people. When Roots played and Kuta got beat, got whipped, the next day the white people got their asses beat big time. And it just didn't happen at the school. It was all over the cities, all over the states. And they took Roots down. They took that down. They ain't playing it now. Because see, this is a volatile situation here now. You know, times has changed. So they ain't fighting with fists. They'll go around and start killing some people. All because of Roots, Kuta, Tobe. So save me this madness that I'm supposed to be racist. I ain't got a racist bone in my body. I don't really care what nationality you are. I'm still going to love you anyhow. But I'm going to treat you just how you treat me. But was Nolan his best friend, peoples? Because see, I was always taught, peoples, that when ladies, black ladies, go out, you know, and they taught me this. When the black ladies go out and stuff, you know, they all go out and they all come back. So if one is down, then down is coming the crowd. It's coming with coming back home with them. Leave no man behind. No woman behind. But see, he wasn't amongst his race. It'd have been something different had Nolan was checking out a melatonin woman or melatonin girl, somebody of the same race or color. These people wouldn't have mind. They wouldn't have cared. He would have came home then. Had it been a black girl, but because it was a honky, he didn't come home. But was that racial or was that jealousy? You decide, people. You decide. Nolan Xavier Wells did not come home because he was talking to a honky, a white girl, a Chick-fil-A. But had he been talking to a melatonin, chocolate, brown round, but no, notice one thing, people. Notice one thing. Did you see black girls on the beach out there partying? I think Nolan was the only black guy out there, or the black person out there, because from all of the videos that I've seen and stuff, I didn't see no black person. And see, black people are smart. They ain't going to no water. Not in Mississippi. Hell no. You ain't going into no water, and you ain't staying out there no dead of night. Not in Mississippi on the 4th of July too. Shit. Nah, they black people ain't doing that. Black people, they ain't that stupid, you know, put themselves in harm's way like that. I've been watching true crime. I've been watching all of these true crime shows and stuff, and I've been watching how all of these men be beating up on these women and killing these women, all because the women ain't paying them no attention. They want to control the women. They beat them down and stuff to try to control them. But then when the woman understands her worth, understands that she ain't got to take this shit and she leaves, something comes over them. And these men start to beat these women down and kill them. But see, yeah, they may go to prison for the rest of their lives, but see, that ain't nothing, because it is the hereafter that they have to deal with. They have to deal with Jesus himself. And when Jesus pronounced, depart from me, ye workers of iniquity, for I knew you not. And when you are pronounced judgment, you will be cast in the lake of fire to burn for all eternity, never to be consumed, but you will be in agony and pain for all eternity, burning in the lake of fire, and you'll feel every bit of that heat for all eternity. You will burn, 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 and burn. Well, look at Grayson. Grayson had killed that young lady, Sonia Massey. But he died. He died in prison, peoples. He died. And so now he ain't in prison. He's in hell. And you think that the Lord is going to have mercy upon him when he took out one of his children and didn't have permission to do so? Sonia Massey was a beautiful black chocolate girl, chocolate lady. Although she had some mental issues, she was beautiful, peoples. Did you guys see the pictures of Sonia Massey? She was beautiful. She may not had it all there, but she had enough there to be able to, see about her home, see about her children. She had enough within her to call out the demon. She knew who her father is. And so when she called out the demon rose up and took her out of here. And so the thing is, peoples, yeah, she's in heaven, I believe, because she called upon the name of Jesus. So she's not suffering, but that man is for all eternity. See, and to tell you the truth, people, so I'm happy because I said justice is served. He got what he is going to get, and he's getting it now. We may not see it, but see, the Bible is crystal clear. And so I don't fret for all of the evilness that these people do, because see, the thing is, they may suffer a little bit here on earth, but in the hereafter, they have all eternity to think about what they did. And God is not pleased with that, especially when you take the lives of one of his loved ones, his creation. We are all of his creation, and we have to treat each other with love, respect, dignity. But when you do things to each other and stuff, well, God doesn't like that, especially when you take one's life. You didn't give it, so who gives you the right to take it? And we're going to talk about the Sonia Massey case again, peoples, because now Sean Grayson is gone. He's gone. Goodbye. Good riddance. And if we had ever a place to where we can be able to take a peekaboo in hell, man. But see, that's the thing, peoples. You know, and should I be rejoicing because he's gone? Well, a lot of people say no, but I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm glad he's gone. And I'm glad that he's suffering. Because he left a lot of people back here to suffer in a major way. And I know that's bad. That's not the will of God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lord. But that's just how I feel. You know, so that's how I feel. He's got what was coming to him. And so these white boys right here, the ones who refuse to do an interview because they have had some death threats taken upon them. Well, if that be the case, well then, you know, hey, that ain't nothing, because you guys are going to court and you guys are going to be convicted because you guys are guilty as sin. Yeah, and I'm saying that they're guilty, peoples, because again, their stories doesn't add up. See, if you were ever a truth bearer, if ever you sat here and all of your stories had been corroborated and you were telling the truth and stuff, well then your folks, your folks, the judge, the coroner, the police officer, the sheriff, all of these people who you may be in a position and power of authority, but in your little space out there in Mississippi. But see, I know a God that is greater than you. I know a God that has greater power than you. And he can and he shall do the impossible. See, the thing is, I'm praying that the Lord will reveal in this case the heinous madness that these kids have done, because they did something. I don't know what they did, but they did something. They did something, and they need to be brought to justice. So sue me for defamation of character and all like this and stuff. But I don't care. I'm going to be live after live after live after live after live, and I'm going to call your madness out. Defense attorney, my name is Edward Joseph, and I'm going to talk about this case, and I'm going to talk about your clients, and I'm going to post everything that I can about this case. And I want you to watch my lives, and I want you to come and sue me. Because see, the thing is, I'm not here trying to defame the people, because the people are speaking for themselves. I'm here to call out the bullshit and madness that they're speaking. See, defense attorney, this is the difference between Edward Joseph and all of these people and the so-called officer here, who's a white cracker in black skin. See, I don't have to sit here and try to defame this man or talk about him and stuff, because you can already see what his motives is. You can already see who he is and how he is. The Uncle Toms and all like that. I'm not going to get all into that, Officer Tatum. You stupid man. Because see, you're getting on national TV and trying to defend these people, but see, the various things that you've been saying and stuff doesn't make sense to me. Officer Tatum. Officer Carrot Stick, Officer Potato. You know, you stupid. Because see, you said some things that was very important that I don't even think that the American people have even realized. Officer Tatum, you said that they had Nolan Xavier Wells' cell phone in. All right, people, see when you talk about these peoples, look what's happening. They're trying to silence me. Never fails. The powers that be all the time want to try to silence the people, but I won't be silenced. I'm going to speak my piece, Officer Tatum. You know, I'm not going to sit here and vilify you and call you Uncle Tom and all like this and stuff. I'm just going to just tell you how stupid you are. Because with all of this so-called evidence that you proclaim to have and things and stuff, it ain't helping the white boys, Officer Tatum. It ain't helping these white boys. So you can hold on to all of the evidence that they submit to you, Officer Tatum. Because at the end of the day, it ain't helping them one bit. You doing more damage to their case than anything. You stupid. You said, and I quote, he called to get permission to call the Coast Guard. But that's not what the text said, Officer Tatum. You're sitting up here instigating and inferring that Nolan was lying on somebody's couch. Are doing this and that and the other. But no, Nolan was with the cracker girl, the white girl. And the boys got jealous. That's all it is. That's all it is, Officer Tatum. But you said one important factor, Officer Tatum. You, sir, said that the boy had Nolan Wells' keys and cell phone. I want you guys to listen to what Edward Joseph had said. Officer Tatum said that the boy had Nolan Wells' keys and cell phone. So understand that. So since he had Nolan Wells' keys and cell phone, how in God's name could Nolan get in touch with his mother? And the white boys knew that. They knew that. They knew that Nolan could not call his mother. But she's getting a call at 11 o'clock at night. And these boys were supposed to be stuck on an island. All right, people. I rambled on enough. Let's look at this interview, people, and let's call these suckers out for the madness that both of them speaks. Peoples. Let's go.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together. Mm-hmm. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said
At least I saw in part that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit. I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But I met his father, and I mean, in 8th grade, that's when Nolan and I like got really close. It was COVID year, and we were in class all year long together, me and a couple of my buddies, and Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together, eat, and I mean, we were just super, super close. But his dad would swing by Waffle House, you know, and like, you know, hang out around us, but never. You know, I was never around Nolan's parents a lot, but I mean, that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as, you know, anyone else. So.
Okay, so he told the truth there, peoples. They never came to his house. They never came to his house. Well, if they was best friends, wouldn't you think that your best friends will come and meet your parents? So that tells you a lot about Nolan, right? Nolan didn't want the Cracker Jacks to come to his house to meet his mama and daddy, because mama and daddy seems to be, you know, real, very down to earth people, but, you know, very open, you know. In the degree to what I'm saying is that they can smell bullshit a mile away. They can smell bullshit a mile away. And so see when everybody wants to paint the picture of Nolan being this perfect kid that never did this and that and any other, well then understand the family dynamics, peoples. Understand the family dynamics, because all you have to do is just listen to what the parents say and listen to what they say, and that'll tell you the relationship that Nolan had with each and every one of these people. Now, in my mind, if you are supposed to have been a best friend, you're meeting my father, my mother, my sister, my brother, and if I had kids, you're meeting my kids. You're meeting my cousins, my aunties, my uncles. You're meeting my family. But that just shows you the relationship that Nolan had with these boys, set aside from his parents. So it was two different lives that Nolan was living, because I'm sure that mama and daddy wanted Nolan to date Chocolate. But there was no chocolate around in their area. You know how black people get around white people, then the black people, they start to elevate their voices and start being high pitched and stuff, and start talking like a girlish baby, and start trying to get all prancy and shit. Heifer, wear some naps, wear your naturals, wear your braids, and all like this and stuff. Stop trying to wear long, silky hair. You wasn't born and raised like that. Your ancestors came out with kinkabugs and stuff. But now everybody wants to walk around with all of these perm wigs and shit. Straight hair. The hell is wrong with you? Chocolate is trying to be white, and white is trying to be chocolate. That's why you have two different types of hair. Because see, the crackers' hair is silky and long, while the chocolate hair is kinky, nappy, and like Afro style. Well, you see the relationship, peoples. I don't have to tell you. I can already see it. I don't know what type of relationship Nolan had with his parents and things and stuff. You know, everybody all the time want to say, "Well, my kid is the good kid," and things like that. No, Nolan can be something totally different outside the scope of the eyes of his parents. I don't know. I don't know. Did you ever see any videos of Nolan and his interaction with the people? Because that'll give you a sense of how he was. Well, we seen Kanika Jenkins. Kanika Jenkins was goofy. She was beautiful. But one thing about Kanika Jenkins, she kept herself up. Kanika never walked out in public looking all raggy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Kanika had ass and she had class. Let me say that again. Kanika Jenkins had ass in class. And better than some of you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So she may have been ghetto fabulous, but she had ass in class. But she was goofy. She was dingy. But she had a heart. And see, the thing is, peoples, everybody wanted to mimic Kanika. She was a leader, not a follower. Everybody wanted to be like Kanika. So when we talk about this case of Nolan Xavier Wells, peoples, let's dive in a little deep and let's take a retrospective look at his life and see who he was. Because see, the thing is, everybody has an opinion about Nolan. I don't know the boy. You know, I want to see more videos. I want to see more pictures. I want to listen to more commentary that the people have to say about him and things to get a sense of who he was and how he was. But the one thing I can't say about Nolan is he had a taste for crackers. Now, I don't know if he put some peanut butter on it. I don't know if he put some jelly with it. But he had a taste for crackers. And see, black men, let me tell you something. Be careful by messing with the crackers, because that's what gets you in trouble. Look at Emmett Till. Emmett Till, they said that he whistled at a cracker. And the KKK came out to get him. And they beat him. And they killed him. All because of a cracker. But see, they bore false witness up against Emmett Till. And they took his life all because of a cracker. How many black men has been lynched and beat up and killed because of a cracker? Now, don't get me wrong. I like crackers, but I ain't going to date them. You know, I got cracker friends, but I ain't going to date them. I refuse to do that. You know, because that just causes issues, people. I love my chocolate round browns, my caramel coated, my melatonin's, my charcoals. You know, I love them too much to give them up for a cracker. But see, that's just my preference, peoples. You know, that's just my preference. And so I love my race so much. You know, I can't see myself going out being with a cracker or going heads over heels for a cracker. I just can't do that, peoples. Now you may can, and if that's what you like, well, then more power to you. You know. But see, the thing is, peoples, you got to understand, it was because of the cracker is why Nolan Xavier Wells is not here today. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because he couldn't get with a ground chocolate brown ground, but he had to get with a cracker. And it was because of the cracker is why he ain't at home today. Not his earthly home, I should say. All because of the cracker. All right, peoples, let's listen to this here. Let's listen to what this cracker has to say about Nolan Xavier Wells, peoples. Let's listen to what he has to say, peoples.
And walk me through the day of 4th of July where you guys were all going out.
Right.
This seems like something that I would assume that may have occurred more than just this year.
Yeah, of course.
Was it something that you guys did more than just this year? It's a two-part question. I want to know, is it something that you guys typically did together, that you hang out often in this fashion? And then I want you to then walk me through 4th of July this year when the incident happened.
Okay. You know, being from the Gulf Coast, there's a boating and fishing is very, very popular. The 4th of July, every year, my friends and I or my family and I are out on the water. I mean, that's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, you know, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And
had a chance yet to hear your story, the threats and the statement, and, you know, get your side out here.
I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school. To say, I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody so ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never gotten.
Did you know his mom, or how was that?
At my buddy's house, we never went to Nolan's house and hung out, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but I hang out around us, but never, you know, I was never around Nolan's.
4th of July, where you guys were all going out.
Right.
This seems like something that I would assume that may have occurred more than just this year.
Yeah, of course.
Was it something that you guys did more than just this year? This is a two-part question. I want to know, is it something that you guys typically did together, that you hang out often in this fashion? And then I want you to then walk me through 4th of July this year when the incident happened.
Okay. You know, being from the Gulf Coast, there's a boating and fishing is very, very popular. The 4th of July, every year, my friends and I or my family and I are out on the water. I mean, that's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, you know, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year, and he was, I mean, this was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home. Very, very common. That's what we like to do. My friends like to fish also, and like to go on the boat, not just fishing, but like to go on the boat, like to go on sunset cruises, like to do it all, you know, on the water, you know? And, I mean, Nolan loved to do that too. I mean, he was not like he was just like everyone else in our friend group. He loved to go on the water and, you know, have a good time with the guys. And that's what we did a lot. But 4th of July.
So notice one thing, peoples. He's not really expressing anything. He's not really answering the. Okay, so that my mic they keep muting my mic for whatever reason. I don't understand why are they messing with me? Like I said, peoples, crackers. That's what crackers do. Crackers get on the water. You don't see a group of black folks getting on water or going and trying to go to an island or Horns Island or anything, and especially for the 4th. You don't see black folks doing that. You see crackers do that, but you don't see black folks doing that. And see, like he said, Nolan came with him last year, but Nolan ain't going to come with him next year. So Nolan may have came last year, but Nolan ain't coming next year. Do you understand what I'm saying? That was it for Nolan. So, Nolan ain't going to be spending no more 4th of July's with him going to Horns Island or anything. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So that was Nolan last time. Now, was it Nolan's fault for going out and wanting to talk and be with a cracker? Because it was a cracker that got him jacked up. And there go again, turning off my mic, peoples. Well, y'all can mess with my live as much as you want to and stuff. That is not going to bother me because I'm still going to speak my piece. Whatever the case may be, I'm still going to speak my piece and things. Um, you know, this ain't never happened to me, peoples. Not up on this grand scale like this and stuff. See, when you talk about these sensitive cases and things, then all hell breaks loose and everything happens to your life and stuff. And so instead of doing porn bombs and stuff on my live and things and calling me nigger, and doing all of this crazy shit, they're muting my mic. Well, you can mute my mic as much as you want to, but I'm still going to talk. I'm still going to speak my piece. See, you got to put things in perspective, peoples. White people do that shit. Crackers do that shit, but black folks don't do that. Now, black folks may get out on the water like they do out in Chicago. There's just like Kanika's friend, Zaria Walls, got out there on the water, but she was on a boat with supposedly her friends and then end up getting knocked off the boat and stuff and then drowning. But you got to be careful who you call friends, peoples, because not everybody is your friend. And I do believe that this was get back for what happened to Zaria, but that's for another story, peoples. That's for another story. But listen to how he's answering the question. He's not really giving no details, and he's just stuttering for words to speak. You know, it ain't nothing of substance that this boy is offering. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? See, you know, you guys get so mesmerized by the madness that these people are speaking, and oh yeah, well he said this and he couldn't have did this because he said this and all like this and stuff. But I'm looking for some details. I'm looking for some juicy juicies. I'm looking for him to be so expressive in things, but he's stuttering for words. It is nothing of substance that this boy is giving that states or says, hey, you know, Nolan was my friend, and yeah, he likes to get out on the water just like we do and stuff. People, let me tell you something. Black folks do not like water like that. We're not ocean dwellers. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said black folks do not like water like that. So you're not going to get black folks to be sitting down at no. You may have a few come to a beach and things like that and stuff, but going to islands and things and stuff, black folks ain't doing that shit. We ain't doing it, peoples. We're going to be out on the curb, on the patio, outside the house, at a park or something. We barbecuing. You know, we cooking, we eating. Or at a club or something like that, you know. But black folks ain't water dwellers. They're not marine dwellers, peoples. So listen to how this boy is responding and look at Officer Tatum looking at him directly in the eye, and you know, he hasn't moved. He's stiff as a board. He's so poised and things, and he's giving him the reassurance. Well, just relax. You're doing good. While the boy is over there stuttering for words and stuff. Well, this is what we do. Well, this and that and the other and stuff. But he's doing all of this, and this is what we do and everything like that and stuff. But he ain't really saying anything. He ain't giving nothing of substance. So have you learned of anything that they do during the holiday season, peoples? Other than the and the there is no fluency and there's no continuity to his conversation. See, peoples, when white people lie, they go to stuttering. They go with the uhs and the ums and the ums and things and stuff, you know. And when black people lie, they're good liars and things, but see, they go on and on and on and on and on. They go overboard and go over details. They give you way more details that ain't got shit to do with shit. And I'm like, well, goddamn, you're lying. You got all of this on just meeting this boy just, what, a couple of hours for 2 days? Because certainly you didn't spend all day and all night with him. And you really got to know him. Come on, bullshit. You can't get to know nobody in no couple of hours and stuff. You got an agenda. You got a live to host. And I'm sure that these people are lining your pockets to try to make these boys look good. But you ain't fooling me, Officer Tatum. So you say that you were an influencer? I want you to watch my live, Officer Tatum. Because, see, I'm not going to sit here and vilify you and calling you all out your name and stuff. I'm just going to call you out for the madness that you're speaking. That's all. See, Officer Tatum, that's what Edward Joseph does. That's what I'm good at. Do you understand? That is what Edward Joseph is good at. Edward Joseph is good at listening to the people and calling the people out for the madness that they speak. And go ahead and throw that stuff that you be speaking of back in your face. That's what Edward Joseph is good at. So when you want to try to sue Edward Joseph, come on, bring that shit on. I'm ready. Because you honkies, you donkeys, you jackasses, you niggerettes, and all of the this and that and the other, yeah, I'm ready for you. I'll be the one to expose you for the nefarious madness that you speak. People, let's listen to this bullshit, because this is bullshit. Again, I want you guys to take notice. This boy still haven't offered up anything, any information whatsoever to answer this man's question. Let's listen in.
Everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us. And he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us. And, but started 4th of July, you know, my buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming, you know, everybody's very, very excited for the 4th of July from down here. Like it's a big thing.
It's a big deal.
Very, very big deal. And, I mean, I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food.
See, people, you see how he's responding? He can't see if Nolan was his buddy like he proclaimed and stuff, and they had such a great relationship, you can be able to narrate all of the wonderful things that you have done without the uhs and grasping for straws and this and that and the other. See, he's hoping that the black guy will go ahead and throw him a bone, a life raft, and rescue him and things, because he's put on the spot. Nolan's relationship with him ain't all of that like this boy is trying to proclaim and things, because again, he can't even really give you an account as to what they have really done together. There's no substance there, peoples. You got to understand the difference. You got to understand the difference. There is fluency and continuity in a conversation, in a response, if it's genuine. But if it's not genuine, you're going to be drawing for straws. How long have we been listening to this and for the past couple of minutes now, peoples? I want you guys to take notice as to what he is doing, because again, I don't believe that this boy was Nolan's best friend. I think that was his acquaintance. I think, you know, Nolan just had to have some people to hang out with and stuff. And, you know, these was the boys that he did it with. But unfortunately, looking at crackers, you get jacked up. Let's listen in, peoples.
Nolan was not with me. And, I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, topped the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach. And I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day. And
you say we all, who you talking about? You, Nolan, and how many people are going to meet you guys there?
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. You know, it wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
Okay, people. So did you hear what he said? He said that it was about 20 or 30 people that all came together. And so in all of the photos that you ever seen, how many black people did you see? Melatonin, chocolate, charcoal, brown rounds. What was Nolan the only black person there? Because I mean, from the photos that I've seen thus far, peoples, he was the only chocolate guy. He was the only chocolate guy. So where was the black people? And so they had 3 boats. So it was him and Nolan, but then it was all of his friends. So where was Nolan other friends? Did Nolan have chocolate black people friends that hang out with him? That could have been invited to Horns Island? Well, like I said, people, black folks don't go to islands. Keep that in mind, peoples. Black folks don't go to islands like that. So at Horns Island, that's all you seen was just a bunch of white folks. What was the blacks? What was Nolan black friends? Or did he ever have any black friends that he hung out with? He hung out with honkies, with crackers that jacked them up. See, people, be careful when you hang out with crackers, because you will be a cracker jack. Because they'll shake you up, they'll break you up, but they won't make you up. So I'm curious, people. My challenge to the people is show me any picture that Nolan had black friends that he hung out with. People of his color. I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, Carmelo Turner. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carmelo Turner had says, salute. All right, people, let's listen to this madness, because again, notice how he can describe all of his honky friends that got together, and notice how that came out so fluently. But when it came to Nolan, it was and and and. Notice that, peoples. And then I want you to notice his posture, because didn't Irene Roberts do the same thing? She was stiff as a board, and the only thing that she was moving was her hands. When Zach was asking her questions about Kanika and things, Irene just sat up there, just like him, same posture, same crossing of the hands and stuff. See, when people are lying, people, that's the posture that they take. They stiff as a board. They look straight ahead, or they try to make eye-to-eye contact with somebody, but it is nothing natural. They're lying. They stiff. It ain't no movement. They're not. He's not relaxed. He's on a spotlight. He's trying to convince you, me, and everybody else that he's not guilty. Notice the difference, peoples, between Irene Roberts and this guy.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear because the statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys, and y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. I mean, everybody and their mom is on the water on 4th of July, There's no telling. I mean, roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 3 rows of boats all the way until my vision ended, until I could see of people there was 1 row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats.
Yeah.
And see, peoples, you notice there was 1 row of boats, another row of boats, and a 3rd row of boats. All of these boats that's out there, 3,000 to 4,000 people that's out there. And out of all of those people that is out there, not one could ever tell you what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells. You see, people, you see where I'm going now? Out of all of the thousands of people who he had described that's out there with all of the boats lined up and stuff, could not one person come back and say, this is what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells? Nobody's seen where he was? Peoples? Out of all of the thousands of people that's out there? See, the problem is, peoples, Nolan is black. And when it's nighttime, it's hard to see black. It's hard to see black at night. And so it was 11 o'clock at night, pitch dark, black. What was the black boy? You couldn't see him. Because he didn't stand out just like the honkies, the crackers, the ones that jacked them up. See, people's, the devil does things at night, in the dead of night, peoples. That's when the devil is active, is at night. You know that song, the freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out. The freaks come out at night. Well, Nolan, when it was nighttime, is when they made their move. Because they wasn't going to make their move in the daytime because everybody could have saw what have happened. But because it was at nighttime, peoples, and Nolan was black, people couldn't see shit. Because it was dark. It was Horns Island in the state of Mississippi. Horns Island. Notice how things happen in the dead of midnight.
I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island to where, I mean, who knows? I mean, and that wasn't just, we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there. I mean, there's tons of people packed out on the south side and on the east end and in the middle of the island. But just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people It wasn't just us.
Let's go back a little bit. I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
And see, he just killed his defense peoples, because he even said it himself. He even said it himself that where they were, it was thousands of people. So then my question is simple, and nobody can answer my question, not even he. And the reason why he can't answer my question is because when you're guilty of sin, you can't come in. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you are guilty as sin, you can't come in. So now I entitled this live Nolan Xavier Wells, what happened? But then in the caption it says, you won't believe this. Now look at it, people. Look at it. He's on the boat with crackers. Where is his black friends? Look out in the distance behind them, peoples. And just imagine when the sun goes down, it is pitch black dark. Nolan never stand out at night. And notice how everybody has an excuse for where he could have been. Now, if Nolan Xavier Wells was as responsible as the people proclaimed and things, how in God's name did he get into a situation like this? Because if Nolan Xavier Wells was responsible, this wouldn't have never happened, right? Unless it was something that was beyond his control. Because a responsible person wouldn't put themselves in harm's way. Do you understand what I'm saying? A responsible person would have reached out to some family members, to friends, and kept them up an update as to what they're doing, where they're going, et cetera, et cetera. That's what a responsible person would do. And so I'm listening to all of these things of these people trying to classify Nolan Xavier Wells as being this type of kid. But can you really believe them in how they're trying to portray this kid? See, people can live double lives. People can live a life in front of these people, but then in front of those people, they can live a different life. And so, it's the true nature or the true life coming out about Nolan Xavier Wells, peoples? I mean, are we getting a good, wholesome picture of Nolan Xavier Wells? Well, that's up for you to decide, peoples, not me. You decide that. But was Nolan Xavier Wells responsible? What was it? Was he a responsible kid? Only time will tell, peoples. Because we have to continue to look at this and analyze this and see, what is it that happened to Nolan? Because everybody tends to have an excuse as to what he was doing. But in stark contrast, people, if you really look at it, Nobody knew what he was doing, and nobody knew where he was. So by just that own admission itself, that tells me Nolan Xavier Wells wasn't as responsible as the people proclaim. Because then nobody know where he was. Or if they did, they ain't telling you. So by their own admission, peoples, they are showing Nolan Xavier Wells to be irresponsible. Because what they're basically saying is he didn't check in. He didn't check in, peoples. And because he didn't check in, he couldn't get in. He couldn't get back on the boat. Because he was irresponsible. He didn't reach out to us to come back to the boat, to come back home to safety. The black man, irresponsible, did not check in, did not come back, nobody know where he was. That's irresponsible, peoples. And that's the picture that they're painting of the boy. They said that Nolan Xavier Wells was irresponsible, and that what happened to him was his fault because of his irresponsibility. They said he was drinking. They said Kanika was drinking. They said that Kanika got up and was roaming the halls of that establishment, that she was so mad drunk. But all of these people at the hotel roaming around the halls and in the rooms and, you know, this and that and the other, but nobody happens to see this girl walking the halls of that establishment. And with Nolan Wells, they said that he was drinking, but he was irresponsible because he did not check in. It's funny how the only black guy out there on Horns Island never checked in. And everybody's coming up with all of these assumptions and things. Are they're saying this and that and the other? You know, everybody said, well, you know, he could have laid on a couch. We did not know where Nolan was. Well, see, that's irresponsible, peoples, because if you're on somebody's boat and you're not keeping in good contact with the people, well, then what are you doing? That's irresponsible, peoples. You can't tell me Nolan Xavier Wells was responsible because of the simple fact that he did not come back and tell the people where he was. So they put the blame upon him without actually putting the blame upon him, but they put the blame upon him because they said, we did not know where he was. They knew where everybody else was, but they didn't know where Nolan Xavier Wells was. And why is that, peoples? It's funny how all of the thousands of people, everybody is accounted for except for Nolan Xavier Wells. The black guy. The only guy that never was accounted for. In the Kanika Jenkins case, they said that Kanika got drunk and that Kanika didn't check in. And Kanika decided that she wanted to take a walk and roam the halls of that establishment. But see, the thing is, peoples, nobody knew where Kanika was. And she was not on Horns Island, but she was in a hotel. But still, nobody knew where she was. Well, nobody knew where Nolan was. And so out of all of the thousands of people, nobody knew where Nolan Xavier Wells was. Out of all of the thousands of people. And see, peoples, you know, the reason why they can't sue me is because I'm only reiterating what they said. I told you, just like the Kanika Jenkins case. It ain't what Edward Joseph said, it's what they said. And I'm only bringing to you what they said. And that's what they said. That's what he said. Edward Joseph did not tell you there was thousands of people out there. He said it. I didn't. That's what he said. So don't get mad at me because I'm telling you what he said. You guys got a problem? Take it up with him because he said it. I didn't. Out of all of the thousands of people out there, peoples, on Horns Island, in the water, the only black guy on the island did not check in because his friend said that he was irresponsible. He said it himself. He said, we did not know where he was. So you would think that a responsible child, because he's a child in my book, would have checked in. But based upon his testimony, he didn't check in. So because he didn't check in, he didn't win. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said he didn't check in. Out of all of the thousands of people out there, he didn't check in. So because he didn't check in, well then, does that make him irresponsible? It does. If he was that kind of guy that didn't follow directions, was that kind of guy that wanted to do whatever he wanted to do, and so was it Nolan's fault of what happened to him because he didn't check in? You decide, peoples. You decide. But let's listen to what this boy, this cracker, had to say, peoples.
Nolan was on YX22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down. And I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go. And I'll take the boat and I'll take you and your friends. Of course. I mean, he's a buddy of mine.
Now, notice how he distanced himself from Nolan. Because now he's on the boat with Bart, but not with Nolan. Nolan was on a Trident, but he wasn't on the boat with him. Notice how everybody is distancing themselves because, see, everybody had a good time. Yeah, you know, everybody's taking pictures and videos and Snapchat and things like that. But when it gets dark, the excuse is we were drinking. The excuse is, oh, well, I'm not looking out for anybody else. I'm looking out for myself. The excuse is, I checked in. So they didn't drink as much to where they couldn't check in, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the only irresponsible person that didn't check in was Nolan Wells. Nolan Xavier Wells, he did not check in. So basically what they're saying is he got drunk and he didn't check in. So he has an alibi because he was with his friend Bart. Didn't care where Nolan was. I was with my friend Bart. But Nolan, what was my best friend? Nolan had came to my house. Nolan had spent the night. Well, just because Nolan came to your house and spent the night, that doesn't necessarily mean that Nolan was your best friend. You ain't never met Nolan's mother. You said his father was around, but you never said that you met Nolan's mother. And see, I have a problem with that, peoples, because see, the thing is, if you call yourself my best friend, you're going to meet my mama. You know, you're going to meet my mama. But you never met the mama. And see, peoples, I don't know about you, but in the Black culture, you know, your position is not solidified until you meet mama. The boy wants to take the daughter out. Yeah, it's okay to meet dad, but you got to get mama's approval. Because see, mama has insight. Mama has discernment. Mama has feelings. Mama can tell whether you a good person or a bad person. Mama understands. Mama knows. You can't put the wool past mama. But if you don't meet mama, you ain't solidified as anything within that family. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the Black culture, peoples. That's just what it is. I don't care what you say. If you're Black and anybody was to come over to the house, it's okay to meet everybody, but it all depends on what mama say. And mama will always be the one that will advise you. Don't you hang out with those people. I'm telling you. Mama will always warn you because mama knows. But see, these hard-headed Black suckers all the time don't listen to mama. And they get out there and do what they want. But then when they get in trouble, whose name did they call first? Mama! Mama! Well, mama can't help you. You diss what mama said. Mama can't help you. Although mama will always be there regardless. That's just the Black culture, peoples. That's a fact. I don't care. I don't care what you Negroes are you Black people that supposed to be calling yourself Negroes or niggerettes or whatever the case may be. That's just standard in the Black community, peoples. If you don't meet mama, you don't solidify yourself within that family. You ain't part of the family. And mama will always be there to tell you the real. So, did Nolan put himself in a position because he was careless, or was it to the degree to where it was beyond his control? Because only one or two things can happen, peoples. Either Nolan was careless, or it was something beyond his control. That's it. That's the only two scenarios that you can look at. And I don't care how much accolades that his mama, daddy, brother, sister, family and friends, whoever, even you, say about Nolan Wells. Either he was one who was responsible or he was careless. And for the likes of me peoples, thousands of people being at Horns Island, I just can't understand or see for the likes of me how a supposed very responsible person that had good grades and did all of this, I've heard all of the accolades about this young man and this and that and the other. Just make one careless mistake and don't come home. I can't see that, peoples. That doesn't sit well with me. I just don't understand how all of these thousands of people never seen anything when it comes down to a highly supposedly responsible young man. He's the only person out of all of those thousands of people that this boy had described that didn't come home. Help me to make that make sense. And nobody's seen shit. It's just like he was a ghost. Nobody's saying shit. No. The people seen the shit, but ain't nobody saying shit. That's the thing, peoples. So you can't you can believe that Willie Popcorn nonsense if you want to, but the people, the thousands of people that's out there, somebody's seen something. Somebody seen something. Because if they didn't, well, then we got to take a different look at Nolan Xavier Wells. Because if the people didn't see nothing, then you got to call Nolan Xavier Wells as irresponsible. And if you don't like what I'm saying, who gives two rats asses? Because it's one of the two things. Either he was responsible or he was responsible and the situation was beyond his control. That's the scenario, peoples. That's all you can look at. You can't have it no other way. Thousands of people, but one person, one black person did not make it home out of all of the thousands of people that goes and celebrate at Horn Island. And all of the thousands of people was responsible, but one wasn't. So was the boy so careless, peoples? Was he just that careless? You decide. You decide, peoples. We're going to analyze all of these different factors that make up this case. We're going to analyze it. We're going to talk about it. Because see, the thing is, peoples, and this is what kills me. And this is what the YouTubers ain't even saying. Because I'm going to call it like it is. I'm going to call it just the way that I see it. Was he responsible or wasn't he responsible? What was the cracker so delicious that he was cracking up? That he lost his everlasting mind? And to want to stay with this girl on an island? and not reach out to his friends to say, hey, I'm with Katie Boo. I'm going to say with Katie Boo. I'm going to get a ride with Katie Boo back. So for him not to reach out to his friends and tell them that I want to stay with Katie Boo, well, then that shows me that he's a black Negro that's irresponsible. Get mad at me if you will. I don't give a two rat's asses. Because if that be the case, well, then Nolan Xavier Wells was an irresponsible black child. If that be the case. So you decide, peoples. You decide what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells. You decide. Let's listen into this madness, peoples.
And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was probably ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line, which is 24 tide line.
Okay, so did you hear what he said? He said that Nolan was on a boat with about 8 to 10 people. But then on the boat that he was with Bart and the girls, it was more people on that boat. But Nolan was supposed to be his best friend. But he didn't invite Nolan to be on the big boat where there's more people. Nolan had to get on the small boat where there was less people. But his buddy Bart. Notice the stark contrast, people. Not my best friend Nolan, as he stated earlier in the interview, but I was with my friend, my buddy Bart, on the bigger boat. That just lets you know, people, it's the relationship that they had, and what he thought of Nolan. Because see, Nolan couldn't be on the boat with the girls. Nolan had to be on the secondhand boat with the fellas. Boy, see, people, you guys don't listen, man. That's the problem. You guys listen to all of these goddamn YouTubers that sensationalize everything and stuff, but they don't break it down like Edward Joseph. They don't break it down like I do. Do you see what I'm saying? So, again, I asked the question, peoples. Was Nolan Xavier Wells responsible? Was he?
And so you guys get on, and I know a little bit more than the audience do because we went out there a little earlier because I wanted to see exactly what the drive was like, what the dock was like, how far it is out there.
Of course.
But I want you to tell, the audience, like, what was this trip like? How was the waters? Did you guys do anything in between the time you rode and the time you get to the island? Was there music? Is it like a big party? Like, what is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously music's blasting. It's 4th of July, man. I mean, everybody's really excited. And I mean, we had a lot of people loaded down. So obviously our biggest, we're just trying to make sure everybody, gets out there safe. And so, I mean, on the way out there, it was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. I mean, the waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And I mean, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And
Okay, so if it was a great day to be out there on the water and the knots was like 4 knots or whatever and all like this, and it was a clear, sunshiny day and stuff, well, then what happened to Nolan? It wasn't like it wasn't like Zaria Walls out there in Chicago that was riding on the boat in a speedboat at that, and riding on the hull of the boat, and trying to look pretty and taking the selfies and things and stuff. They wasn't in choppy waters, peoples. They wasn't like the boat when Jesus was on the boat with his disciples, and the winds and the waves shall obey thy will. Peace be still. Peace be still. Oh, peace be still. Whether the wrath, see, the wrath, the winds, and the seas billow rose wasn't raging peoples. And his disciples had asked Jesus, Master, carest not that we perish? Peoples, he described a calm sea. So, you got thousands of people out there lining the shores. And you got thousands of people lining the shores and things, and the seas was calm. What happened to Nolan Xavier Wells? What happened? Everything was just intact, peoples. Nothing was going on that was bad. Gina to you said maybe it was a perfect day with no distractions, when everyone is focused upon the fireworks. Well, that could very well may be, but then I go back to the simplistic question that I've been asking since the beginning of this live: is what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells? Because if everybody is focused upon fireworks and everybody is focused upon this and that and the other, how could all of these good, wholesome, responsible people come home and he's the only one that didn't? The question is simple. How did that happen? You got all of these responsible people that made sure that they made it home safely. They wasn't too distracted by the fireworks. They wasn't too distracted by drinking. They made it home. He didn't. So was Nolan Xavier Wells irresponsible?
And so, I mean, we followed each other out, and I mean, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was a little more rough, but it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or like, it wasn't like we were getting really beat up or anything. I mean, it was pretty calm.
And so you guys get out there. I'm assuming that you line the boats up, because I'm envisioning the picture of getting out there and there's hundreds of boats.
Mm-hmm.
There's thousands of people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just you guys on a deserted island with
Of course not.
a few people. This is thousands of people out there.
Right.
And there's a lot of people doing what? What does it look like when you first pull up?
I pull up, and we pulled up at 10:30. I mean, it wasn't, early afternoon. I mean, it wasn't, but 10:30 is, still pretty early in the day. And when we got there was already 3 rows of boats lined up all the way, like I said, until I could see. And
you're talking, when you say all you can see, you're speaking about miles of boat. When we went out there earlier, or not earlier today, but when we went out there, the island is massive.
Correct. I
mean, it's just several miles long.
Roughly 10 to 12 miles. I mean, it's.
So do you think that the boats were stretching from one end to the next, or a small area of about a mile or less than a mile of boats?
Well, I mean, I think there was boats all the way around the entire island, but I think some spots were more popular than others. Like the West Tip is usually very, very crowded on the 4th of July, and everybody knows that. So that's where a lot of people park, because they want to be around other people. And the East End's a little more, there's not as many people, but there's still a lot of boats out there. I mean, it's not like every area of Horn Island was covered 100%.
Wow. So you get out there, y'all jump out. What do? When I say jump out, you obviously not just sitting on the boat. The island is there. Like, what exactly are people doing there? Like, are you spending more time in the water, on the island, in the boat? Like, how is that look out there?
I mean, everybody, as soon as you get there, I mean, there's people on boats, grabbing drinks and, food, whatever else. Everybody is fully prepared for the 4th of July. They bring, all the drinks and food that they need, because, they've been preparing for 4th for a little while now. But when we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up, because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side. And there was about a drop off from where the bow was. I mean, if you jumped off the bow, you were probably about neck deep in water. But if you got off the stern, you were probably waist deep in water. I mean, but when we got there, we tied up, got, bow and rear anchor set, and we tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. And then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group. And then, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around us. And then it just grew and grew as the day came on. And, that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
Yeah. So y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women, you probably had alcohol. Y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups are out there, 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They are in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age, and even people older than us were, over there. Like, it was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. Like, I fish the islands. I don't just, fish around Horn Island. I fish around Ship Island too. So I'm very familiar with the islands. And I feel like it was just a big, I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James, Nolan. And I could tell you, I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. There was hundreds of people I knew out there. So
people, notice how he did not answer the question. because he said, "Where was Nolan?" Well, I talked to Nolan. I talked to my buddies. I talked to this. I talked to that. So he's not giving no. His answers is so vague. He's not giving any specifics as to anything. Now, did he really know where Nolan was or what Nolan was doing? You know, that's the question for you. You decide, peoples. You decide. But his response is so vague. But notice how he's spending more time with his other friends than Nolan. And why is that? And they were supposed to be best buddies.
Yeah. And Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you, I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
And then he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right. Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's just all, like I said, like just so joyful, like always happy. Like every picture I have with Nolan or picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. I mean, like he's always happy. If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, and Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like that's how our friend group is. We're really jokingly laugh. No one takes anything that serious. We enjoy our time together. I mean, there's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking to like specifically anybody. I would go out, like even if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat, and my guys are there to, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, all my buddies are the same exact way. Nolan was the same exact way. If you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like that's how he was. So.
And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And like, what? Explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time. But something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So.
Reporting live from Ibis Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Abba. The case of Nolan Wells continues to be filled with unanswered questions, but as more information comes out, it appears the truth is coming to light. This time, we are seeing conflicting stories and timelines from the accused. On Sunday, another friend of Wells, Trayson Shepard, would for the first time speak about the day in which he would reveal that he was actually the person in the viral video at Horn Island heard yelling. In a new interview with Rolling Stone, Shepard would go on to admit that he wanted to fight someone after they would comment on he and his girlfriend arguing. I told him he needed to mind his own business. From the Rolling Stone article, it reads, Shepard says the exchange became heated and that he and the other man ended up getting into a physical altercation. Shepard's uncle, who had raised him like a father, told Shepard to get out of the water and onto his boat so they could head back home. Shepard complied, but once he got on the boat, he changed his mind and decided he wanted to go back. Shepard's friends had by that point begun defending him on shore. Around this time, another adult on a nearby boat started filming the video. My exact wording is, "Get me off this effing boat. I wanted to fight, and I feel like I hadn't had my fair share." Now, what makes Shepard's new admission interesting is that it looks to have exposed lies and inconsistencies with Nolan's friends, whom he traveled to the island with, saying that they last saw Nolan at 3 p.m. that day. If you can recall, the video that captured the aftermath of Shepard's confrontation would end up being captured at 4:01 p.m. And in this interview with Rolling Stone, Shepard would confirm that Nolan was actually in the water out of view on camera at that time, as well as noted in this new interview that he was around Nolan and friends at 3:30 p.m., meaning Nolan was still very much near everyone else, despite his friends reporting to police that they last saw him at 3 p.m. Now, from this Rolling Stone interview, Shepard's admission goes on to reveal Shepard says the man in the video, who people think is Wells, is too short to be his 6'2" friend. He says Wells is not shown in the video at all, that he was just out of frame, hanging out in the water. Now, according to official reports and a statement made by one of the young man's stepmother, who happens to also be a judge, Ashley Cole, would state her stepson and friends would leave the island around 4:30 p.m. due to issues with their boat. In her statement, she would say, Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taken on water, and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Now, what's interesting about this statement is that a leaked direct message from Warren's biological mother several days before to a Facebook user looks to contradict his statement by his stepmother. To note, Warren's biological mom's message would take place before Nolan's body was found, in which it was only thought he was only a missing person, making it appear for some that this new changing of times and separating them to last seeing Nolan at 3 p.m. is part of a cover-up. Warren's actual mother would go on to write, I am Warren's mother, the woman you have been talking about on Facebook and posting pictures of our family. I'm here to tell you that we all love Nolan and we are deeply distraught. Your information is not correct, and I ask you to please stop posting about Warren and our family. My son did not ride out with him, nor did he come back with them. The boat that Nolan was supposed to get on, Wyatt's boat. He repeatedly asked Nolan to get on the boat at 5 when it was time to leave, but Nolan wanted to stay with a girl, and their boat was parked next to his. He was insistent about staying with this girl. Wyatt asked him several times to please get on the boat, and the people heard him. My son loves him and would never in 1 million years leave him. Warren does not even have a boat. Nolan has been to our house several times, and he is the sweetest friend. We all adore him. Again, when Wyatt asked for him to get on, he said he wanted to stay, and Wyatt's boat started to fill with water. His boat ended up breaking down and was towed in. Now, as shown, Nolan is documented due to his friend's new interview with Rolling Stone to being near everyone at 3:30 p.m. and again at 4 p.m. when the altercation happened, and not 3 p.m. as stated by Warren's stepmom, as well as a leaked message from Warren's actual mom that now places Nolan speaking with his friends about leaving around 4:35 p.m. Again, not 3 p.m. It is under these conditions that speculation has grown and leaves the question of what happened. Now, according to a Facebook post that was made at the top of Nolan's disappearance, the young lady whom he was talking to's sister allegedly looked to have filled in more of what took place. According to her post, as Nolan's friends pressured him with ending his conversation with her sister so he can ride back with them. Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out in. Katie made it home because she was on another boat and with different people. Katie was safe because my brother and her sister-in-law went and got her. Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. Me and my family have talked, called, and are sending up prayers to bring Nolan home. We have given all the answers we can give to his mom and authorities. Now, with this series of information and reports, some are now feeling that Nolan may have been swimming to get on the boat and his friends would leave him in the water, thus being an explanation for some on why his friends are now separating when they last saw Nolan at 3 p.m. and when they left, instead of it all happening at once, as first indicated by Warren's mother, to hide that they knew Nolan was in the water to get back on the boat. Now, if this isn't the case and only speculation, then according to these statements and new interview, Nolan's friends would not see him for close to 2 hours, despite him still being documented with being on Horn Island shore with Shepard and others at 3:30 p.m. and later at 4 p.m., right after Shepard's confrontation. A part of that theory, one of the biggest questions that come up is, why was the Coast Guard contacted at 11 p.m. by his friends? Leaving some to speculate that they knew Nolan was in the water when they last saw him, because for some following the case, it makes no sense that his friends would conclude Nolan was in serious danger and is in possible need of search and rescue, when according to them was last seen safely talking to a girl. To note, Nolan's father would state that he remembers seeing people camping on the island overnight when he searched for Nolan the following morning, meaning there was never a moment when the island was empty, meaning Nolan could have used another person's phone on the island if he was stuck. So what did his friends suspect about Nolan that night that would make them think of calling the Coast Guard? According to outlet WLOX, the first time the Coast Guard would be contacted about Nolan was on July 4th at 11 p.m., but it was later determined that it did not need their assistance. The Coast Guard told WLOX on Thursday, July 9th, that a friend of Wells contacted agency around 11 p.m., the night of July 4th. The Coast Guard would not disclose any information about the call to WLOX, but said it did not require Coast Guard assistance. A part of this, some are asking, what did Nolan's friends know, since Nolan had no way of contacting them after allegedly leaving his phone on the boat? Now, following this first report from the Coast Guard, they would eventually get involved the next day at 12:26 p.m. after being contacted by local police. The statement confirming this taking place would for some align with the theory that his friends knew he was in the water. As it reads, they were requested to search in the vicinity of Horn Island and not on Horn Island. At 12:26 p.m., Coast Guard Sector Mobile received a request for assistance from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in search of a missing person in the vicinity of Horn Island. Sector watchstanders issued an urgent marine information broadcast and diverted a Coast Guard helicopter to search the area. Currently, as of this report, questions remain, like how did they know Nolan never made it back to land if they last saw him just talking to a girl? And again, why would the Coast Guard be a thought to call? As of now, many continue to speculate, especially after a new photo would go viral over the weekend and later debunked by Shepard of Nolan allegedly attending a pool party that night. According to another interview with ABC News, Shepard would go on to say that the pool party happened on June 27th, and this would also be verified by metadata according to Rolling Stone. Now, the same story would spread on Facebook and other parts of social media when the user would allege that Nolan was beat up at this party and later dropped back off on the island. The person would even claim to have spoken to Nolan's mother, in which Nolan's mother now looks to have expressed that the person spreading this story is not a close friend of his, as they claim, nor did they ever speak to her. As of this report, people following the story continue to wait to the now 2 autopsies conducted to better confirm what may have happened to Nolan that day. Reporting live from Ibis Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Abba.
Black people have got to stop hanging out with groups of white people.
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. It has now been confirmed that a young man who went missing on July 4th while partying with friends on an island has been confirmed to be 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Around 2 p.m. today, Wells' mother would confirm the unfortunate news with a post on her Facebook account. I want to thank our family, friends, community, United Cajun Navy, local law enforcement, and everyone involved for all the love, support, resources over the last few days. His father, our family, friends, and I are absolutely devastated. I'm heartbroken for my sweet son, who was always willing to cheer and uplift others. Nolan was a special soul. God took his time creating our son. I ask that you please give me and my family time to grieve. Now, for those who haven't been following, the story starts on July 4th on an island in Mississippi called Horn Island, where a group of teens and young adults look to have hung out on the remote island's beachfront, a part of the day celebration. Now, according to reports, a black teen by the name of Nolan Wells wouldn't end up coming home that day and was reportedly last seen around 3 p.m. on the island. His mother would first let her followers know when Nolan first went missing. Please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m., wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you have seen him or have any information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. Now, as the days continued, authorities would continue their search all the way up to Monday morning at 8:45 p.m. when a body that reportedly washed ashore was found by a park ranger on the west point of the island. Now, what has angered many who have been following are the questions. What happened to Nolan, and why did his group of friends, seen pictured here, leave him if they came together? Now, part of this unfortunate story, race appears to be a large part of the conversation, as many are pointing out that Wells looks to have been the only black person in his friend group. D.L. Hughley would take to a social media page to share an update on Nolan's body being found before it was identified, and he would sound off by zeroing in on Nolan's friends, who, according to reports, have not provided any key information. Hughley would go on to say, they don't remember anything, fuck out of here, and why are they not in custody? Now, as mentioned, it is unclear as to what took place at the time, but many black users would take to social media and express their reaction and speculation to the news.
My mama always told me, if you the only birthday candle at the birthday party, you not there for the birthday party, you there to be depressing. Huh? Nolan Wells and this whole entire thing down there in Mississippi look fishy. One of the boys' mama is a judge down there. Don't nobody know what happened.
We have to stop putting our kids in these sporting events, in these schools, in these environments where they are the anomaly. We have to stop doing it. Okay, you want your child to have the best education, the best experiences, the best everything. Yes, but they also need to be around their own culture. They need to.
Black people have got to stop hanging out with groups of white people. And I mean that. If you're going to be the only black person in that group, go home. Go home. Because these days, you just can't trust white people anymore. Obviously. It happens time and time and time again. You see one black person hanging out with their group of white friends, and they're like, oh, I've known these guys for forever. We grew up with them. I'm the only black person in the high school or something like that, especially down here in the South, okay? Down here in the South. Obviously, we realize that these pieces of crap, the white people, will turn on you. They will turn on you quick.
And I'm sorry, but the whole, well, I thought he got on another boat. I didn't realize he was missing. Yeah, that's not sitting right with me, because what you mean you let your friend just get on a random ass fucking boat and everybody's in the comments like, oh, well, we boat hop. This is normal. Nobody thought to go with them. And if it was 4th of July weekend and people were drinking and you saw that your friend was drinking, may or may not have been drinking, why would you allow him to get on a boat if you weren't with them? And don't get me wrong, I've been on a boat. I know cell service is shit. Most people leave their phone on dry land because, shit be flipping over. But if he was getting on another boat and you knew that there was no other way to contact him, again, why would you not get on the same fucking boat? And it'd be different and all the boats were just docked in one little area and you guys were just swimming and, you saw in and out. But again, this just is not sitting right. And then y'all didn't realize he was missing until it was time for you guys to go home. Like, y'all didn't sit here and think, oh, well, shit, where is he? Where could he have been? Why is he not back yet? We're taking shots and he's not here to take shots with. Where's my boy at? Like, y'all don't sit here and ask these kind of questions. Like, there's a rule. If you came with me, you're leaving with me. Like, I brought you here. I'm taking you home. You guys don't live by that shit?
Popular opinion, right? That young man, Nolan Wells, yeah, he was taken out by those white boys. Because who the fuck else would have done it? Like, there's one black boy on a boat with all white people, and the black boy is the only one that goes missing or ends up dead. This has happened so many times over the course of a decade. Black people will be the only ones in the room or on a boat with white people, and they always somehow seem to end up dead or in the water. And to the people, it's always the white people who do this shit. They want black people to be oblivious to the lynchings and the killings and the racism that happens to black people. They always want us to be oblivious and not make it a race thing when it is clear as day that it is always going to be a race thing. That boy was killed by those white people. The only issue is that living in this country that we live in, it's going to be hard for them to be prosecuted.
So let me get this right. Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old kid, goes missing at Horn Lake. And all y'all want to talk about is how, oh man, you're the black kid. Don't go out with nothing but whites. Y'all somehow turn this incident into a racism controversy. Yet again, y'all have sick, disgusting comments in every comment section, while this mother and this father and these friends that went out on this boat are losing their shit because this boy's missing. Yet y'all want to stay in the comment section and talk about, oh man, he should have knew better. He shouldn't have done that. Why? Because he grew up with him his entire life? They're best friends? It really triggers me how this world is just totally incompetent to just sit there and look. Every time there's a black person, a white person involved in something or something happens, it strictly goes to racism. That's your number one output right now.
I don't quite know where this guy is from or what he has ever thought that the black people had to endure. I don't quite get his stance. Race is a factor. in a lot of things that happens. I mean, did he kindly forget that it was his own kind that literally effed our people and started all of this gayism and lesbianism type of shit? Because it was the white man who did that shit. It was the white man who had started the LBGT BT community or whatever that is and shit. It was the white man that did all of this devious, devilish, and demonic madness to our people. We was just minding our own business. It was the white people that came and enslaved our people. So, and he has the nerves to go talk about race. Well, I would say nigger, please, but he's not a nigger. He's a white man. A white man that don't understand. All right, people, I'm going to share this real quick and then we're going to get out of here. But we'll be back. Trying to get back to that.
Oh my God, y'all. The Nolan Wells story just got even deeper. Guess who he was kin to? Ida B. Wells. You know, the legendary journalist and civil rights icon? Oh my God, like, what the fuck? His family just posted this, so it has to be true. And for those of you who don't know who Ida B. Wells is, she is legendary. Like, she literally spent her lifetime exposing injustice and fighting for civil rights. And she refused to be silenced. And this just opens up a whole conspiracy because, like, it makes you wonder, like, did they know that he was related to her? Oh shit, this is crazy. I wonder if they knew. And the reason why Nolan has a different name from his mom and dad is because when he was born, the mother and father decided to give him his mother's maiden name to keep her legacy of the Wells family. Ida B. Wells was born in Holly Springs, Mississippi, and Nolan was from Ocean Spring, Mississippi. It all makes sense now. If this is true, this case has made a major turn. Oh my God.
Well, peoples, there you have. Well, peoples, there you have it. You know, the case is taking a major turn, and a lot of things is coming out that the people can't give answers to. So I knew that there was something about this case that needed to be revealed. And every day that is going on, things is happening, things is being revealed. And when you really dive into the case, peoples, and stop listening to all of the hype and start thinking and analyzing the things for yourself. I even said it earlier. All of these thousands of people, but yet there's only one person who was supposedly irresponsible. And he didn't make it home. And either he's irresponsible or he was put in a situation that was beyond his control. And it's just like what the white girl had said. Stay away from those white crackers, especially down in the South, because they mean you no good. They'll turn on you. And that's exactly what happened. Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025-26 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back to further talk about this Nolan Xavier Wells case. I just begun. But now I got to run. And so, peoples, I hope and pray that you share this live. I'm going to be making clips of this and stuff, and I'm going to be posting it up on TikTok and different things and stuff. You know, got to get my little voice out there and stuff so the people can understand where Edward Joseph is trying to convey to you all. Don't be ignorant to the fact, peoples, and don't believe the hype. The truth is being revealed. You just have to have an attentive ear and eagle eyes to be able to hear and see the madness. All right, peoples, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.